Coach Up is a comprehensive and intensive 7-month virtual course developed specifically for college tennis coaches to educate and assist them in the fundamentals of coaching. Open to ITA member coaches at all levels from all divisions, the course will cover topics such as strategies for coaching Gen Z, self-mastery, recruiting, hiring and developing your staff, identifying and building relationships with your key stakeholders, community engagement, and much more. Participants will learn from leading outside experts as well as some of the most successful, respected college tennis coaches in the country. The course will be self-paced and require approximately 5 hours per month. Don't miss this amazing opportunity to develop your coaching knowledge and to network with and learn from other passionate and committed college tennis coaches.
Are you ready, guys? Are you ready?
Legs push.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Go forward. Keep moving forward, all right?
Keep moving, keep moving.
Go up!
Go ahead and hit him.
Vamos, campeones.
Ready to go.
23 years on tour, 1,500 matches. I don't think we'd have the success we did and the longevity without college tennis.
Just anytime you can win a tournament at the collegiate level, it's just such an honor to be in the handful of the best players.
Every time you won any tournament, particularly at that level, it was a real confidence booster and helped me to kind of propel my college experience.
Coaching, to me, especially in those moments, you just feel like this is what you were put on earth to do.
In the beginning, there was the clipboard. Players were seeded, tournaments ran. Sure, it got the job done, but there had to be a better way. Introducing Serve Tennis, the free-to-use automated tennis software that is changing the game. For clubs, coaches, and tournament directors. From player registration to bookings, running tournaments, and promoting your business. Serve Tennis is the all-in-one platform for taking your program to the next level. Serve Tennis is easy to use. and makes it even easier to connect with current and new players by putting your programs, camps, and tournaments into our national search engine, generating additional revenue, expanding your offerings, and growing your clientele. So put down that clipboard and pick up your racket. Spend less time filling out draws and updating ladders, and more time with people on the court. Serve Tennis will handle the rest. Learn more at usta.com/servetennis.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most, the friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience. Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Now again, a fantastic day of action in the books. Just the second man in Arizona State men's tennis history to reach the All-American Championship match. First in nearly 30 years. Junior Murphy Cassone, 6'4", 6'2", he's through to the final. Heck of a showing from Michigan's Gavin Young. Message sent by Murphy Cassone. Elliot Spizzirri through to the finals. 6'4" and third, he knocks out Ozan Bears. They're through the finals. Cash, Tracy, 6'1", 6'3". Heck of a run for James Hopper and Yankee Montez. For Hopper coming over from the Division III ranks, he's proven. He's got the game to hang with the big boys. Another fall, another Buckeyes doubles final. This time, it's Cash and Tracy. For the first time since 2015, the man will compete to sweep both the All-American singles and doubles championships. It'll be Elliot Spizzirri, number 1 in the preseason rankings in both singles and doubles. And now he and Cleve Harper, 6'2", 3'6", 10'4". He doesn't like to make it easy, does he? That's it for semifinal Saturday. That'll do it for our coverage here.
Good morning and welcome in to Championship Sunday at the 2023 ITA All-American Championships. Today it'll be second-seeded Mary Stoyanova pitch. She'll take on senior Alexa Noel. Fight of Alexa Noel, a clean sheet on serve in set number 1. She takes a 6-3 opener. Mary Stoyanova takes a 7-5 breaker. We are going the distance in carry. Your 2023 ITA All-American Champion, the first in Texas A&M women's tennis history, is junior Mary Stoyanova. From a set and a breakdown, 3-6, 7-6, 6-1. It's my fourth time seeing that video in 4 consecutive days. I am still fired up every time I watch it. Welcome in, everyone, to our pregame show on day number 4, semifinal Saturday at the 2023 ITA Fall National Championships. Alex Gruskin here. What we want to do over the next 20 minutes or so is recap how we got to this point of the event. Of course, for all of you college tennis fans tuning in, a reminder, these ITA Fall National Championships, they're one of the 3 biggest events we have on the college tennis calendar. It starts, of course, with the ITA All-Americans, which we were fortunate enough to broadcast to all of you fans last month. Of course, now we have ITA Fall Nats. Then in May, we have the culmination of it all, the NCAA individual championships. Of course, what is the purpose of the fall? Everyone's jockeying for positions in the rankings. Everyone's trying to reestablish their spot in the pecking order in the college tennis universe, and certainly this week has gone a long way in helping all of us college tennis fans try to forecast what we're going to watch unfold during the team dual match season in the spring. That said, before we start to turn our attention to all of that team action, again, we have another individual championship weekend for all of us to enjoy, and over the next 2 days here at Cracked Racquets, from first ball to last, you'll see it all. Semifinals action in both singles and doubles today. Of course, championship Sunday action tomorrow. A thank you, as always, to the coach, Mark Bay, who's going to be our broadcaster steering the ship to help all of you monitor everything as it unfolds. Of course, that said, again, before we get to any actual tennis here today, let's set the scene. Let's talk about how all of our semifinalists reached this point of the event. Who's impressed the most? What are the things you need to watch for in today's matches? Again, I want to run you through each of the draws we have remaining. Then I want to play an interview we actually conducted during yesterday's broadcast. We were so fortunate to be joined by ITA CEO Tim Russell, who discussed with us what the future of college tennis looks like, how next fall's environment is going to look, why college tennis fans should actually feel a degree of comfort, even with the figurative changes happening right now in the college tennis universe. Of course, then we just talk about the future of the sport as well, and there is no one who can better forecast what the future of college tennis looks like than ITA CEO Tim Russell. So we wanted to replay that interview for all of you listeners today before, again, we get to the start of today's action. With that said, before we hear from Tim, again, let's break down the draws. Let's break down the matches we have for all of you college tennis fans today. Let's start with the women's singles draw, maybe the most appetizing matchup we have across all 4 of our draws is that semifinal you see on the bottom of your screen. It's 2 versus 3. Obi Kajuru, the Oklahoma State junior, taking on UNC sophomore Reese Brantmeyer. Let's start on the Brantmeyer side of things. I think everyone in the college tennis universe has been waiting for this sort of moment from the superstar sophomore. Look, she was one of the most highly touted recruits in her class, and certainly by the NCAA championship last year, she was playing #1 singles for the national championship winning Tar Heels. Her and Elizabeth Scotty reaching the NCAA doubles final as well. But we hadn't had that breakthrough national singles result from Brantmeyer yet. We didn't get to see her last fall, a disappointing NCAA singles performance, certainly by her standards, but she's come out swinging here in the falls this season. And that comes off a summer that, of course, saw her win her first pro circuit title in singles, success on the doubles court on the pro circuit as well. Brantmeyer, by the way, still alive in both singles and doubles. So is her opponent, Obi Kajuru, who yesterday from a set down grinds her way to a 6-4 third set victory over Hannah Viller-Moeller. Obi, of course, was down a break 4-3 in that third set, 3 straight games to close things. And if you're talking breakout star of the last 11 months of this 2023 calendar year in college tennis, you could make a serious argument that no player has raised their profile more than Obi Kajuru. Simply put, she's a stud. She is that good. Probably the single biggest reason of what was many, many reasons why that Iowa State program had a breakout 2023 team campaign. But of course, now she's rocking Oklahoma State Cowgirl gear. And look, that success has translated right away. This is a fascinating matchup because both Obi and Brantmeyer have some pop from the baseline. Now, Brantmeyer's weapons, they're a little bit more slappy in the face when you're watching, as in it takes 3 seconds to realize, oh yeah, that's a pro skill set. The way she hits the kick serve, the way she goes after the first forehand, the way she's constantly looking to push forward. But what's so fascinating when watching Obi play is she always finds a way. I'm not sure if her plan A, the way for her to make life easy for herself, will be as simple as it will be for Brantmeyer with that big serve, big +1 option. But plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, all the different twists and turns a match will take, Obi is always prepared for them. She'll inject a degree of physicality into every point she plays as well. That is a fascinating semifinal. It's the one I'm going to spend probably the most time on in this preview, but it's 2 versus 3. They've held seeds. You see by the world tennis number, Reese Brantmeyer ever so slightly favored, but buckle the seatbelts, folks. That one's got 2 hours written all over it. Of course, top half semifinal. Look, it's going to be equally entertaining. You've got the breakout star of the 2023 fall, USC sophomore Emma Charney. Yes, she was very good in the middle of the lineup for USC last year, but certainly did not expect to see this sort of a national breakthrough result, and to see the physicality of Charney just wear down Celia Belmore, the big hitting Vanderbilt junior, yesterday. We talked to Charney after her match. She's been working on just injecting a little bit more pace into everything she does from the baseline. Again, the speed is there. The fluidity is there. The fight is always there for Emma Charney. And look, she's the one Californian still alive in what is ultimately a West Coast event at the Barnes Tennis Center. It's just felt like these San Diego conditions have brought out the best in Charney's game, but she's got an ultimate test. Arguably your most successful player of the fall across either the men's or women's game. I mean, only one player made semifinals in singles of both All-Americans and ITA Fall Nats. It wasn't your preseason's number one, folks. It wasn't Spazieri. It wasn't Crawley. No, it was the player you see on your screen now, Ayanna Ackley of South Carolina, into another national semifinal to start her season. 2-3 over Annika Yarlagadda yesterday. Did such a good job of being the aggressor, of playing first strike. And look, again, it takes 2 seconds. The way the ball comes off the strings of Ayanna Ackley's racket, explosive stuff. But of course, the big thing for Ackley right now, she's just moving extraordinarily well. And look, if she has time to get into her playbook, to get into her weapons, you're just not beating her. And I do wonder in this matchup, as again, we look at Ayanna Ackley versus Emma Charney, our top half semifinal, I do wonder, does Charney have enough juice on those ground strokes to make such a confident Ackley uncomfortable at all today? How is she going to go about doing that? I'm fascinated to hear what Coach Bay has to think on that matchup throughout the course of it. Again, that's semifinal number 2, and these are your women's singles semifinals. By the way, 3 of our top 4 seeds making the semis. Shout out to that world tennis number seeding. They got a lot of things right at this event. Ackley versus Charney, Kajuru versus Brantmeyer. Those matches coming up at the top of the hour here, 2 p.m. Eastern time, of course. Now let's get to the men's singles action. Talk about that next generation. Again, finally, it feels like that COVID eligibility bubble is beginning to burst. And what I mean by that is you look at the players we have on our screen, all of them are post-pandemic college tennis era players. By that, I mean they all started their careers in that initial 2020, 2021 season or later. And dare I say, some new faces here to compete in this semifinal. Let's start with that top half, the battle of the Jacks. Of course, everyone expected Jack Pennington-Jones to eventually do something like this. How could JPJ not? He's a former top 500 player on the ATP Tour, was one of the most highly touted recruits in his class coming in last year as well. And I do have to say, if you're going to go back and watch anything from yesterday's broadcast, go watch our interview with JPJ. I have 2.5 years left in this job at Crack Rackets, because I can guarantee I'm going to get a text May 31st, 2025, 2026, whatever the year is. Hey, Alex, it's Dalton. I've decided to hire Jack Pennington Jones moving forward, because the guy just has answers. He's candid. He's honest. He's delightful to speak with, and he's playing outstanding tennis. You can just tell he is so much more comfortable in this college environment than he ever was during the course of what was still an ultimately successful freshman season, but not by his standards. And to see JPJ, who talked about rolling his ankle in the ITA regionals, just slowly but surely, get better and better in every match he plays. Again, physicality, weaponry, the ability to go after the serve a little bit as well. JPJ's got some serious game, but I actually don't think he's got the biggest weapon on the court. I think that belongs to redshirt sophomore Jack Anthrop, who has just had a breakout 6 months between his pro circuit summer and ultimately what he has done now here in the fall. Anthrop reaching his first national semifinal, the redshirt sophomore, fighting off set points yesterday to ultimately secure a 6-2, 7-6 victory over USF's Elvin Tudorica. And I feel like I say this every time we talk Anthrop, but if you're an Ohio State Buckeye fan, there are times if, you're just waking up or eyes are a little bit fuzzy at the beginning of a match, you look and you watch Jack Anthrop hit a forehand and you say, wait, is that JJ Wolf on the far side of the net? I mean, just Anthrop's weapons are laughably excellent. And the thing that's stood out to me most throughout the course of this week is how effortless that power is. I swear to God, watching Anthrop hit the forehand, watching him hit his serve, I still think he's swinging at only 65, 70% of the potential racket speed he would be able to generate, because I think he's afraid. Again, you don't want to, afraid in the best sense of like, hey, I got all this firepower. I'm still trying to maneuver when exactly to use it, what precisely to do with it. Anthrop's just a player you circle as a potential breakout star of this season already. Again, the breakout result 2-6 here, reaching the national semifinal. The battle of the Jacks, our top half semifinal, JPJ versus Anthrop. I don't make predictions anymore. I'm out of the prediction business, but I don't know, man. This match is fascinating. Again, the all-around nature, I do think JPJ's game is a bit more complete at this point than Anthrop, but again, when I watch Anthrop play, I just watch someone where I feel like you're just scratching the surface of what he's potentially capable of. So again, here's the seatbelt. You might hear that click on my end of things. That's me buckling in, folks. That's going to be a delightful match starting at the top of the hour. And then, of course, another 2-versus-3 battle. Micah Braswell, JJ Tracy, two seniors we have gotten to know so well over their 3.5 now years of competition in college tennis. And let's start with Tracy, because I do not think he played his best tennis by any stretch of the imagination yesterday. The forehand was just a little off. The backhand was sitting up a little bit more than he liked. He faced multiple break points in multiple games throughout the course of the third set. And yet, if you've watched JJ Tracy, if you know anything about his college tennis story, he's a fighter. He just finds ways. One of the quicker players I've ever seen in my time covering this sport. Just did just enough to end the run of rising Cornell Junior star Radu Popaway. Tracy ultimately 6-4, 5-7, 7-5. I believe he broke at love in that 6-5 final game of the match after facing, again, break points in each of his prior 2 surface games. Tracy knocked out in doubles with Robert Cash yesterday as well. Why do I mention that tidbit? Well, he was the defending champ, and hell hath no fury like a scorned Buckeye. I just could see a world where Tracy, he's just fired up. Like, there's just a little extra chutzpah behind everything he does today, a little extra juice. I do think we're going to see him play better tennis today, but look, it's going to be hard to find a rhythm as he's going to be facing down the barrel of firepower provided by Micah Braswell. And oh my goodness, I understand his teammate Elliot Spizzeri, the preseason #1, won the ITA All-Americans, but I'm not sure anyone's playing better right now in the country than Micah Braswell. And to see the senior just finally healthy, the ankle's fine, the shoulders, the elbows, the hips, just all these different ailments during his sophomore and junior seasons. Thankfully, the tennis gods have finally blessed him with the health he deserves. And I mean, yesterday, it just wasn't in doubt. 2-3 over Pedro Vivez was dictating in all of the biggest moments of the match. Felt like every deuce point went his way, and there were a wave of deuce points in that first set. Don't let that 6-2 scoreline fool you into thinking Micah Braswell wasn't pushed yesterday. But again, the firepower is effortless. He seems to be moving so well. And, again, for Braswell, it's about laying claim. Hey, I want to play number 1, number 2 in my lineup this year, looking at a Texas team that has everyone on a roster you would just dream about having. Spazzeri, 2 Braswells, 2 Baileys, with, of course, freshman Jills Arnaud Bailey coming in, a 2-time Junior Slam finalist. You throw in veterans like Siem Waldeep, Cleve Harper as well. That's as strong as a 7 as, again, we've ever covered here at Crack Rackets on the men's side. And Braswell doing his job again. 2-3 winner over Pedro Vivez. Now, I think he has the firepower advantage over JJ Tracy, in this semifinal battle. Again, it's going to be a fun one. That kick serve wide for JJ Tracy, which sets up the first forehand so effectively. I think the pace of Braswell might neutralize that play today. That said, again, Tracy's going to slice. He's going to do a really good job of the thing you have to do most, which is stretch Micah Braswell into the outer thirds and don't let him play anything at his hip. Because when he gets a ball in the strike zone, again, Braswell can overwhelm you with his firepower, and Tracy's ability to prevent Braswell from finding that strike zone, finding that hip pocket contact point. That's what I'm looking forward to most, seeing how Tracy continues to push Braswell off the back foot. But I was talking to my little brother. I was talking to my cousin, my brain trust of college tennis, I suppose, critics, and they said 3 sets, Alex. They were assessing this match. They said this is the one they are locked into because, again, 2 scrappers, 2 guys ready to have that breakout final season, establish themselves at the top of the ITA rankings, and hopefully clinch the ATP Accelerator wild cards that come along with it. Because, of course, now top-ranked college players offered wild cards into pro events and opportunities that they may not otherwise have. So, again, these matches matter. There's heightened importance. It's fantastic set of semifinals coming up at the top of the hour. Charney Ackley, Brantmeyer Obi, JPJ versus Anthrop, Braswell versus Tracy. That is the start of our day. Of course, after that, we'll have our double semifinals. And I won't lie, I'm going to go through these a little bit more quickly. Still, of course, have to give shout-outs to our remaining teams. Let's start with our women's doubles semifinals. Again, look at how the seeds have performed here in the draw. 3 of our top 4 still alive, and it's an all-seeded semifinal. NCAA double finalists Elizabeth Scotty, Reese Brantmeyer taking on 2023 ITA All-American champions from Oklahoma, Donna Guzman versus Alina Shishrbina. And I mean, that Shishrbina Guzman has had the best fall of any doubles team, period. End of conversation, period. That's a doubles team for the Sooners moving forward. Again, that's a fascinating battle. And then how about Obi and Komar? Again, collectively, as many wins combined as any set of teammates, maybe this side of Hamner and Ackley in the country. They've played outstanding doubles all week long, but they're taking on the reigning champs. They're taking on a doubles team that I swear could walk into the WTA top 25 as a pairing right now. It's Pepperdine's Janice Chen, Savannah Brodus. This is of all the draws we have left, by pedigree, by quality of team, whatever, pound for pound, this is our most loaded draw remaining. And obviously it's all seed, so that makes sense, but just the pedigree of each of these pairings, jaws on the floor. That's an awesome set of semifinals. Of course, we'll have coverage of all of it for you here at Crack Rackets. And then over on the men's side, this is our funkiest of the draws. Things got a little crazy last night in men's doubles. We'll show you those results now as, again, we wrap up our preview here. You look at our men's doubles semifinalists. Again, no Cash and Tracy. They got knocked out last night by an exceptional doubles team, a doubles team that somehow played number 2 in their lineup last year. But Pedro Vivez, Seb Gorsny, a former junior Wimbledon doubles champion. Simply put, if you don't have those 2 in your NCAA doubles contenders to win the title in May. You're not doing it right. They're going to take on the Van Skalwiks, of Old Dominion. I mean, talk about a run for the brothers. And obviously, again, I'm jealous. I have two brothers. There'd be nothing more enjoyable than making a significant national semifinal run. But to beat the Pepperdine duo of Winter and Holmberg the way they did yesterday, again, to reach a national semifinal, what a moment for that Old Dominion program. What a moment for the brothers, who, again, will take on TCU's Vivez and Gorsny. And then, again, it's funky. We've got Buchleheim, Zarin taking on Barris and Sheldon. Barris and Sheldon are a top 10 preseason team. Ozan Barris, a former junior U.S. Open doubles champion. He's got all the pedigree in the world. And how fascinating is that? We have two former junior doubles slam champions remaining in the draw. But look, the Seeds are the favorites by pedigree. Again, this is perhaps more than any other draw the thing that has gotten funkiest over the course of the weekend. It's early in the season. We're building continuity. We're still trying to find what pairings are the pairings that stand out this early in the year. Plenty of times to build that doubles continuity throughout the course of the season coming. But folks, there it is. Again, all of your semifinals coming up here today. We'll have coverage first ball to last on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. With all of that said, again, before we get to the start of play at the top of the hour, we have an update on the State of the Union happening in all things college tennis. The only man who could possibly give that address joins us next is ITA CEO Tim Russell. Then, of course, we're going to get our camera set, make sure we are ready to rock and roll on the other end of that break. It will be the coach, Mark Bay, steering you through semifinal Saturday. All of that is to say, folks, don't go anywhere. We've got a jam-packed day of tennis for all of you coming up on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. For everyone who contributes to this broadcast, the ITA team, our super producer Daniel Westoff, CEO Alton Thieneman, and of course, to all of you tuning in at home, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You are watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Fall National Championships. Up next, my conversation with ITA CEO Tim Russell. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back a little bit sooner than we thought with commentary, and it's for the best possible reason, as joining our broadcast now is a man responsible for so much of what we get to enjoy throughout the course of every college season, a man who has dedicated so much of his life to our beloved podcast. Tim, welcome back to another Cracked Racquets stream. How are you feeling as we come to the close of another fantastic fall in the college tennis universe?
Thank you, Alex. Always a joy. And I'm here in San Diego, and we've got kind of Chamber of Commerce weather, and we've got the best of the best competing for the ITA National Fall Championships. So this is what I live for. I come to work every day so we can culminate a fall at an event like this. So great to be with you.
Yeah, it is always a pleasure. And let's just start with that facility. I know you guys have partnered with the Barnes Tennis Center, not just for this event, but multiple events over the years. Talk to me about what it means for college tennis to have a home like this in San Diego.
Yeah, first of all, it's spectacular. We are incredibly grateful to Ryan Redondo, who's the CEO of the Barnes Tennis Center, Youth Tennis San Diego. I feel like this is kind of one of my many second homes, because long before I even took this job, I was out here when I was chairing the USTA's junior competition committee when the girls 16s and 18s nationals were here. So this is a place that I really, really love coming back to. And it's just perfect for almost any tennis championship. But for the ITA, we not only have great courts, got a stadium court, we've got great weather, and they're just fantastic hosts. So it's a great joy to be here.
It's always 70 degrees with just the right amount of breeze on court. So you're just like, yeah, it's ideal conditions for tennis. And certainly we have seen some stunning tennis throughout the course of the week. Now, obviously, there's a lot going on in the college tennis world. And, you know, I'm still reserving the right to bring you back in December on the podcast for our typical end-of-year State of the Union address for all things from you. But obviously, this, for college tennis fans, many are familiar, it's the last fall schedule that we are going to be familiar with. Obviously, there are some changes on the horizon. I'm curious how you, the ITA, are both preparing for those changes while, of course, ensuring we've gotten to enjoy the fall that we have.
So I'm going to reframe your statement just a little, and I'm always hesitant to do that.
No, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's good to have you back. I've missed you.
Well, thank you, because actually people are going to recognize most of the fall, because when the NCAA Tennis Committee was working on this proposal, and we worked closely with not only the NCAA Tennis Committee, but their staff all the way up through Joni Comstock, who's the Senior Vice President for Championships. One of the starting principles was that college tennis and the ITA already had a well-established fall. So instead of blowing it all up, that was the starting point. So next fall, we'll start with the All-American Championships. We will still have our regional championships. And after that is where things will get tweaked a little bit, because there will be a third major weekend where we not only have the super regionals, is what some people are calling them, and then we're also going to have the return of an event that we used to have when we were at Malibu with Oracle. So there will be basically a conference masters tournament, and that will hopefully be here at the Barnes Center at this same week. So the first weekend in November, and then the culmination will be what's really new, which is the D1 Fall National Championships for the NCAA, which will happen in about 2 weeks, so right before Thanksgiving. So everything will culminate with a Division I NCAA individual singles and doubles, with the goal being to separate the season so they're clearly defined, where the fall is individual and the spring is team.
Yeah, no, and I'm going to agree with your reframing. It may be different titles, but very similar events. It's the same rubric, outline of a schedule heading into next fall. And again, we'll have plenty of time to parse through what those championships, what it's all going to formally look like. I do want to ask you about just the buzz that's been generated right now surrounding college tennis. And we do our part to try and generate that buzz here at Cracked Racquets, but what Ben Shelton is doing speaks for itself, that both he, Emma Navarro, Peyton Stearns, Diana Schneider, they've all played college tennis matches in the last 18 months. They're all top 60 players in the world. On top of that, at least half of the last 5 men's doubles slam winning teams have featured at least one college tennis player on those teams. And so, look, now there are just numbers. There are statistics to back what you and I have always said about this sport. I'm curious if you feel, and it's more of a feeling than I suppose a formal question, but have you felt that buzz? Do you feel that energy where you are?
There is definitely a buzz, and as you always do, you've got multi-facets to your question. So first of all, there is a buzz. Second of all, you and Cracked Racquets actually helped create the buzz. It's one of the reasons the ITA is so excited about our evolving partnership. I think people should just recognize that what you did, for example, at the All-Americans, the numbers from last year to this year are just immense. We've now together established, here's where you will go to see big ITA championships, but also with all your work with the other big conferences and the like. And I know that your reach is growing every day. I'm on phones with whether it's the NCAA or the USTA. So even though that was just the prelude to your question, I think it's really critical that people recognize that there really is intention on how we're all trying to create this place. You not only have the buzz, but you actually are so knowledgeable. It's one of the reasons that I think people are really enjoying this. Now, to the second half of your question, I think if you went to the US Open, where I spent 12 days, the buzz was palpable about college tennis. And I can tell you over the last couple of years, it started, whether it's Patrick McEnroe and Brad Gilbert on the call, people are talking about college tennis. And to expand even on your numbers, because I think I'm a numbers guy, you're a numbers guy, I think in the main draws, forget about qualities, I think the main draws had 20 men in a 128 draw that had played college tennis, and there were 7 women. And you talked about the doubles, but you gave the spiel that was part of my address at the ITA leadership banquet. It was amazing that 1 year after Ben and Peyton got our ITA National Players of the Year, that they had the runs they did at the US Open, 1 year after winning ITA National Players of the Year. So the buzz is palpable. For sure there's a buzz.
No, I appreciate your kind words. As you and I both know, it's all Daniel Westhoff. He's really the one making everything possible, so all credit to him, of course, but appreciate you saying that. And Yeah, I'll even add the additional numbers as always. Right now, there are 16 ATP Top 100 players with college tennis ties, 38 ATP Top 100 doubles players with college tennis ties. By the way, the number's growing on the women's side as well. 7 Top 100 singles players, 3 of them, Navarro, Stearns, Schneider, having all played in the last 18 months. 16 Top 100 women's doubles players. Those stats established, how important, we've talked about this briefly, but how important of a piece do you think the accelerator program will be in helping to grow those numbers in the future? And for our listeners who are less aware of that, will you give them some context about the work that went into establishing this accelerator program, what you believe it can do for the sport moving forward?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. One, there's a number of us, and I count myself among a group that started with people like David Benjamin, my predecessor, who knows the history of the years back in the 70s and the 80s, and then, you know, the transition at open tennis. So I think we're returning to kind of another great golden era of the importance of college tennis. The other thing I want to say, again, you always have maybe 3 parts to your question. I actually believe that people are realizing on the women's side that this is actually going to become a pathway as well. And you keep mentioning, you know, Diana and Emma and Peyton. But, you know, the fact is that the average age of professional players is getting older, and the average time that it takes from when you turn 20 to when you might get into top 100 gives you the window to go to college. So I think you're not only going to see it continuing on the men's side, but you're going to see that more people like Emma and Peyton are realizing that this is a good pathway. Now, to the next part of your question, what is critical when organizations are working together is the people. So, for example, we not only have great new partners at the USTA who really care about college tennis and are investing in college tennis, but the leadership at the ATP and the WTA recognize this as well. And so while we're really happy to be spokespeople for these accelerator programs, I just have to give all the shout outs to the leadership at the ATP and the WTA, because they have recognized this. And the last part of your question was how critical I think it's going to be. And I think it's going to be huge, because for many years, and this isn't going to change, but people have had to figure out, what is my path to get to the top 100? College players were playing a certain amount of futures and a certain amount of college. Right now, a college men's player on the tour recognizes that if you get to top 20 in the ITA rankings, you're going to be part of this accelerator program. So whether it was the All-American Championship where we watched Elliott and Murphy Cassone, you know, or whether we look at a bunch of other players, you know, one of the things that I keep commenting on, and I saw it again here, and I remember talking to you about it, is just the great parity of the game. I just came from watching a 3-hour match with J.J. Tracy from Ohio State and a terrific player from Cornell. So we've got the Ivy, we've got Ohio State. And then I went to watch a consolation backdraw match where I was just astonished at the level of these two players, you know. And so with everybody fighting for those accelerator spots, I think it is a great motivation for those who aspire to be pro players.
Well, this is why we're a great duo, because now I get to build off of your points. And to what you're saying, you know, Radu Popaway, that aforementioned Cornell player just knocked out by J.J. Tracy, he won 3 pro circuit events this summer on the ITF pro circuit. He gets knocked out in the quarterfinals here. On our screen right now is Columbia sophomore Michael Zhang, another Ivy League player who, oh, by the way, made an ATP Challenger final this summer, and he is now in the consolation of this event. And then just the piece de resistance, Connie Ma on our screen right now with match point. She's the 2022 NCAA singles finalist. And again, this is a consolation match, so I could not agree with you more. The depth, the talent has never been better. And so, you know, again, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I do want you to be able to enjoy the tennis here in San Diego. I think the question on everyone's mind, what's next as we look towards 2024 and move towards the future? Tim, what are your priorities, your focuses in the near future?
Well, thanks for that, because I think leaders are always trying to think about the future. You know, I like to say that great leaders have a vision, but also are great managers, so we are attending to the daily tasks that are before us. You also referenced it earlier. We didn't get into it, but our staff under the leadership of Dave Mullins and Corey Brooks continue to work with the NCAA staff and tennis committee on making sure that we've got the refinements done to all of those selection and seeding into those fall events. So that is a big deal. The ITA continues to be blessed with a great board of directors, and we continue to be thinking about how does a sport like tennis really not only exist but thrive in the environment that is current for intercollegiate athletics that are basically driven by football, basketball, money, media rights. So, our vision statement, Alex, talks about creating one of the most vibrant and sustainable college sports. So trying to work with conferences and ADs about positioning the ITA in college tennis, that's one of the reasons you see our partnerships with the USTA, the ITF, the ATP, the WTA, because there could be some challenging times ahead for Olympic sports, and we're trying, I think, as great leaders do, to get ahead of the curve. The other couple of big initiatives that we're working on include some really interesting ones that I think fans of the game will find fascinating. We're doing an RFP and a study on electronic line calling for college tennis. And again, Corey Brooks does a great job. We now have 8 international companies talking to the ITA about creating not only effective but affordable tools. We're always interested in things like sportsmanship and the like. We're here to serve all of college tennis, and that's all the divisions. And the other kind of thing we have to keep reminding people is while we're the governing body, we're also a coaches association. So we continue to expand our coach education programs. We also keep trying to attend to things like rules, rankings, awards. I'm not sure everybody understands the complete breadth and depth of what the ITA does, but the fact is it's an exciting time to be a leader in college athletics, and we appreciate working with you as all of us want to keep advancing our sport.
Absolutely. You mentioned, again, appreciation of the history, I know, of college tennis is something you have maybe more than anyone else. And you were so kind to invite our Crack Rackets team to the ITA Hall of Fame ceremony this past spring, something I do want to ask you about. But I have to follow up. And Westhoff, if you can bring the graphic on our screen now, we've talked about trying to get more people involved in college tennis, particularly getting them to sign up. Come be an official. Come take part in all things happening in the college tennis world. And we'll put that QR code now on our screen so people can scan it, be directed to wearecollegetennis.com/officials to learn more. But I got to follow up and ask, talk to me about that electronic line calling demo that you guys are working with, because that is something I had heard about and I'm fascinated.
All right, just one thing before I answer that.
Always.
Thanks for putting up the officials graphic. You do need to know one of the coolest new additions that we've made to our staff is hiring Anthony Montero to be our director of officiating. Yes. But also you asked about initiatives. I want to thank you and Crack Rackets for also promoting our initiative with the World Tennis Number. I would be remiss without mentioning that. But I also want to now answer the real question you asked, which is about electronic line calling. I think fans of college tennis have watched pro tennis, right? And for the last number of years, a company called Hawkeye has done an incredible job. So I'll try to make this as succinct as possible. The ITF, the governing body of global tennis, is working on trying to codify levels of accuracy for electronic line calling. They're going to have a gold standard, a silver standard, a bronze standard. So something like 3 millimeters with 99% accuracy, I believe, might be the definition of a gold standard. It might be 4 or 5 millimeters, not centimeters, millimeters at 98% could be, a silver. You get the idea. So we have been in touch with 8 companies who have actually submitted their initial proposals to us, and we are just getting ready to move to the demo stages. And a number of our current partners are the kind of people who are working on this, but also some other companies around the world, and they all have a little bit different approach to it. Some people are using phones on the back. Some are using permanent installations. Some are using sensors. So it's a fascinating time for us, but we're trying to do it in parallel with both the ITF, but also the ATP is working on this as well. So we're incredibly grateful for our officials, and people shouldn't think that these will get rid of officials, completely. But the reality is, if you look at our sport, for example, there are certain matches in the D3 world that might not even have an official, right? So when people watch these matches, they'll see all of these matches chaired, and the sportsmanship has been excellent here. But I think over time, knowing that we have electronic line calling like the pros is a really exciting possibility.
Yeah, I will say, you mentioned Anthony Montero, the head of who you guys recently, head of officiating. That's the term I was looking for, who you recently hired. I love him. One of my favorite people in the world, and I'm always immensely grateful because I always come to him national indoors time and I go, hey, can I do 5 minutes with the umpires just to warm everyone up and make sure my jokes are good this morning? And he always goes, shoot for it, Alec. You know what? Do what you got to do. And so a thank you to Anthony again, who is truly the glorified, dare I say, guidance counselor of the ITA for all coaches and everyone across the universe. But my final question for you. I care about the history. You care about the history. How do we preserve that college tennis history? I think it's through the ITA Hall of Fame. Can you talk to me a little bit about that Hall of Fame and what you guys have done? Because I know that has been a particular passion of yours.
It is. And thanks for recognizing it. And some of the things that people who follow us should recognize is we actually have a new staff member, Jenna Kane, who's been hired to promote our history. And those of you who follow us on social, that could be on our YouTube channel or Instagram, our X, formerly known as Twitter, should also be seeing some new ITA Hall of Fame social media as well. And the kind of stuff that Jenna did both for Tulsa, Cary, and also here in San Diego was starting to promote past Hall of Famers who did well at these tournaments. So one of my personal goals has always been not only to preserve the history, but also to get our current students and coaches interested in the history. So some of the early posts that Jenna has done have actually had somewhere between 700 and 1,000 people view, which I think is huge. And the other thing I will reference is that my predecessor, David Benjamin, who definitely knows the history better than I do, is actually working with us on an oral history project of the ITA and college tennis, which will evolve into a series of both short and longer videos. Whether it turns into a book, I don't know, but we now have, through our partnership with the College of William and Mary on the women's side and the University of Georgia on the men's side, a lot of people committed to not only having the halls of fame, but to promote the history.
Yeah, no, I love to hear that. And I tell Westhoff and Alton this all the time. 2030, I'm taking my sabbatical to write my college tennis book. I'm like, we got I got a 7-year runway, and then I think I'm going to be ready to do it. But
I think it's really important because we have a rich history.
Yes.
And we all get excited about not only the current season, but the next match. But I think we have to keep promoting the history of the game.
There's 30 hours of podcasts recorded of USC UVA players talking about their rivalry from 2008 to 2017 that someday is going to see the light of day. And again, it's projects like that and I know all of the different things you guys are pursuing at the ITA.
So let me give you just one very brief, just to tweak people's interest.
No, this is what we call a teaser in our business, right? This is what we need.
There you go. So Roy Barth, who was put into our Hall of Fame, not at the most recent ceremony, but before, he told a story at his induction about playing in the Pacific Coast Doubles, which is an event that still goes on,
of course,
where he played 2 5-set doubles matches in one day. This was before no ad scoring, and he was very proud that he and his partner ended up beating Stan Smith and Bob Lutz. But we have some players who get really tired playing a couple of 3-set matches, but the world has changed. 2 5-set doubles matches, regular scoring back in the 60s, 70s. So the world has changed, but there's a lot of exciting stories to tell.
I'm all in. Like, you have my attention. I want to learn more about this right away. And you're absolutely right. We look forward to telling those stories. And certainly we look forward to watching the story of this ITA Fall National Championship unfold. We look forward to watching the story of this season unfold as well. And it is always a pleasure to be joined by ITA CEO Tim Russell to hear your commentary, to hear your updates on all things happening in the tennis world. Again, I'm going to reserve the right, like all good prosecutors, to bring you back here so we can talk through State of the Union 2023-24 at the end of the season. But sincerely, Tim, on behalf of myself, Dalton, we can't thank you and the ITA team enough for allowing our Cracked Racquets team to shine a spotlight on everything that's happening. We appreciate all of your hard work. And as you mentioned, it's not just you. Cody, Corey, Joe, Zach, Josh. I could list them all if I needed to, because I know it is truly a team effort.
It is a
from top to
team.
bottom.
Hashtag Team ITA.
Yeah, exactly. And on that note, ITA CEO Tim Russell, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate your company.
Coach Up is a comprehensive and intensive 7-month virtual course developed specifically for college tennis coaches to educate and assist them in the fundamentals of coaching. Open to ITA member coaches at all levels from all divisions, the course will cover topics such as strategies for coaching Gen Z, self-mastery, recruiting, hiring and developing your staff, identifying and building relationships with your key stakeholders, community engagement, and much more. Participants will learn from leading outside experts as well as some of the most successful, respected college tennis coaches in the country. The course will be self-paced and require approximately 5 hours per month. Don't miss this amazing opportunity to develop your coaching knowledge and to network with and learn from other passionate and committed college tennis coaches.
Are you ready, guys? Are you ready?
Yes, that's okay. That's okay. Go forward. Keep moving forward, all right?
Keep moving, keep moving.
Go up! Go ahead and hit him.
Vamos, campeones.
There you go.
23 years on tour, 1,500 matches. I don't think we'd have the success we did and the longevity without college tennis.
Just anytime you can win a tournament at the collegiate level, it's just such an honor to be in the handful of the best players.
Every time you won any tournament, particularly at that level, it was a real confidence booster and helped me to kind of propel my college experience.
Coaching, to me, especially in those moments, you just feel like this is what you were put on earth to do.
In the beginning, there was the clipboard. Players were seeded, tournaments ran. Sure, it got the job done, but there had to be a better way. Introducing Serve Tennis, the free-to-use automated tennis software that is changing the game. For clubs, coaches, and tournament directors. From player registration to bookings, running tournaments, and promoting your business. Serve Tennis is the all-in-one platform for taking your program to the next level. Serve Tennis is easy to use and makes it even easier to connect with current and new players by putting your programs, camps, and tournaments into our national search engine, generating additional revenue, expanding your offerings, and growing your clientele. So, put down that clipboard and pick up your racket. Spend less time filling out draws and updating ladders, and more time with people on the court. Serve Tennis will handle the rest. Learn more at usta.com/servetennis.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it more. So friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience. Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Now again, a fantastic day of action in the books. Just the second man in Arizona State men's tennis history to reach the All-American Championship match. First in nearly 30 years. Junior Murphy Cassone, 6'4", 6'2", he's through to the final. Heck of a showing from Michigan's Gavin Young. Message sent by Murphy Cassone. Elliot Spizzirri through to the finals. 6'4" and third, he knocks out Ozan Bears. They're through the finals. Cash, Tracy, 6'1", 6'3". Heck of a run for James Hopper and Yaki Montez. For Hopper coming over from the Division III ranks, he's proven. Who's got the game to hang with the big boys? Another fall, another Buckeyes doubles final. This time, it's Cash and Tracy. For the first time since 2015, the man will compete to sweep both the All-American singles and doubles championships. It'll be Elliot Spizzirri, #1 in the preseason rankings in both singles and doubles. And now he and Cleve Harper, 6'2", 3'6", 10'4". He doesn't like to make it easy, does he? That's it for semifinal Saturday. That'll do it for our coverage here.
Good morning and welcome into Championship Sunday at the 2023 ITA All-American Championships. Today it'll be second-seeded Mary Stoyanov pitch. She'll take on senior Alexa Noel. Fight of Alexa Noel, a clean sheet on serve in set #1. She takes a 6-3 opener.
depending on where you are in the nation, good morning or good afternoon. We are still excited, and excited is really an understatement. The Fall National Championships, sponsored by the ITA, brought to you by Crack Racquets, is in semifinal day. Beautiful sunny day. The weather's been perfect all week long. Coach Mark Bay on the ones and twos. Alex Grushkin brought us up to this point, and I'm going to try to bring it home. Semis and final action. We have 4 amazing matches that are just getting underway right now at the Barnes Tennis Center. This is the 3rd year it's been at this particular location. Currently on our big screen, Emma Charney, Ayana Ockley. Early stages in the first game. Ayana Ockley on the near side. University of South Carolina. Emma Charney at the top of our screen. University of California. We'll be keeping an eye on all the other action and doing a great job of shifting back and forth, so you keep connected to all the matches, because you may obviously have some particular interest in one, but we're going to cover all. But most certainly capable of moving better than I appreciate everything that he does. And as you can see here, a little bit of a breeze here starting to come up at this point. I think that backhand goes wide. There she is. Serving 30-40 first game. Emma Charney on the far side has quite a deceptive game. She shows a lot of variety on the forehand and mixes, but then out of nowhere, at times, she is aggressive in attacks. She has quite a dichotomy. Deciding point. Oh, and opening up the court with a low biting slice. Ockley shows variety of her own. Creates an opening and steps up and hits a big time forehand there. Charney misses the forehand long, and that's a hole for Ockley. Apologies there. Little hiccup on the system. Back. Himachani serving here. Missed wide. So there you see Charney trying to mix up the heights and the pieces, seeing if she can throw Ockley off. Ockley just holding her resolve, being solid and very patient here in the beginning. And Charney trying to create there with the backhand, but didn't have enough angle to do it from the middle. Oh, 1 love 30. Great shot as well. Charney's had an impressive road to get to this level here. Huge win over Riley Tran in the round of 16. Beat Celia Belmore from Vanderbilt in quarters. That's a big strike. I love that choice. Stepping up, taking a second serve and hitting it big inside out to a safe target and being offensive there to close out that game. Wonderful start, just what Ockley wants. Ockley, again, semifinals of the All-American, semifinals of an 80K in Texas recently, fifth-year senior. Definitely some experience shown in her initial start there to get up a break to love. Switching over very quickly, Reese Brantmeyer from North Carolina taking on Obi Kajuru from Oklahoma State. Brantmeyer off to a quick start. Brantmeyer, big win over Sarah Hamner, 6'4", 6'2" yesterday. Jarl taking down Anna Miller-Moeller from Cal. Brantmeyer off to a quick start. Obi Kajaro loves to take the balls early and play on the rise, but that up-tempo style may be fitting into Brantmeyer's comfort zone, as she likes to play up-tempo as well. Brantmeyer, even though last year was her freshman season, she didn't get a chance to play in these fall tournaments as she was competing on the pro circuit. So this is her first go around having the pressure and the target on her back in individual tournaments. And it showed a little bit. All-Americans taking some tough losses. Angelica Blake from Stanford beating her there. And the back draw also having a tough loss to Brodus. And that's a little bit more of what Obi Kajara wants to do. Definitely encouraged to step up and use her forehand to move balls around. Secretly, she may actually be even that much stronger, more solid mentally on the backhand side. But the forehand is often what allows people to create space and open up angles. So she needs to try to look to do that. That's a great point. Brantmeyer unloading and actually probing Kajaro to see if her forehand cross court's going to hold up to hers in that rally. Kajaro was able to answer the bell there, starting to show movement and athleticism and covering the court in both wings. Again, Brantmeyer going back to the drawing board after a tough All-American, had a great regional, winning her flight and then beating her teammate Yarlagata to come into here, coming hot and strong, and now is already off to a dominating start in this match with a 4-love lead and looking for more. That's a great shot. Brantmeyer using the slice to stay low. Kajaro not getting enough length and distance on the backhand. Brantmeyer running around and going inside in. It's a great choice. I think one of the challenges will be if Kajaro is able to take some of these balls and take her backhand up the line, get Brantmeyer off of that balance in the corner. Missed return. And there's another lightning bolt. Brantmeyer is just clicking on all cylinders right now. It's a deuce point. Kajaro was just trying to do the best she could to get on the scoreboard and just establish herself in this first set, but now possibility for an 0-5. And that's missed long. Overplayed the return. Little glimmer of hope for Kajaro now in this first set. Instead of being down 0-5, it's 1-4. Brantmeyer. Determined, focused, playing big off the ground. Let's welcome into Stadium Court here at the Barnes Tennis Center. Jack Anthrop of Ohio State. Jack Pennington Jones. Battle of Jacks. Oh, it's in. I think both of these jacks are jacks of all trades. Big forehands, great athleticism, nice slice backhands, a lot of choices and options for both of these players. Opportunity for a triple break here for Jack Anthrop. Anthrop is playing with a ton of confidence. Both guys are part of a huge rivalry between the Horned Frogs and the Buckeyes in recent seasons, not just dual matches, but also individual matches. Just a lot of cross-play between these two teams. That's a missed return. I always love for that return to just be hit deep up the middle. Looked like Jack was trying to play a high heavy off the return. And sometimes that extra little thought of hitting heavier spin like you're on a clay court, I think can be problematic on a windy stadium court in San Diego. But you can see the tarps are moving. Definitely some breeze out there. Pennington Jones here now. 30-40, 1-2. And it let courts and goes wide. Anthrop, who has been probably 50-50 in terms of striking his backhand and slicing, already is coming out and hitting his backhand a lot more for sure. Coach Kronog and Coach Torpegard here working and discussing some of the game plans, maybe feeling that he needs to do a little bit more ball striking on the backhand wing against the power of Jones. So far, it's working. 3-1 lead for Ohio State. Now one sails long. With the wind at his back on that side, Anthrop's missing another forehand. Having a 3-1 lead is a nice position, but playing a little spotty on serve now. It's a good feeling to have a 3-1 lead, but it's a whole bunch more tennis to be played right now. Possibly too complacent with the break. I think really key moments here. Looks like Micah Braswell is up 3-love on JJ Tracy in our other men's semifinal. And Reese Brandmeier is already up 5-1 in her semi. So some things are moving quickly on other courts. So much craft from Anthrop. I like the move from Pennington Jones to apply some pressure and come forward, but Anthrop had the answer. He tends to get the ball down and make the passing shot players volley up. 4-1 lead for the Buckeye in that semi. Different story here in the other. Micah Braswell, deuce deciding point to go 4-love or 3-1. And the forehand goes net. Definitely needed to put some more height on that ball. JJ Tracy is one of the more exciting athletic guys on this college circuit. Plays a lot of long points with a lot of angle and depth on his ground strokes. Creates a lot of space, but sometimes he gives up too much space at the same time. So it's always an interesting dichotomy for him. Was able to move Braswell to his forehand there. Braswell tends to play much better, dominating, controlling the center of the court and not having to move as much with his forehand. And there's a first serve and a missed backhand. So a bit of a momentum shift here. Chances for 4-love, and now 1-3, and a chance to get the scoreboard a lot tighter. JJ Tracy had a war yesterday. Radu Popov from Cornell winning 7-5 in the third. Michael Braswell breezed 2-3 over Pedro Vives from TCU. Didn't say breezed. It was actually very close, 2-3, but solid victory. JJ Tracy here is running out to a 40-love lead in this game. On WTN paper, World Tennis number, JJ Tracy 3.3 and Braswell 3.4. Not a lot separating these young men. Again, that's a new rating system that goes from 40 down to number one. Number one being Novak Djokovic. So these college players are a very high level and not that far for some of the best players in the world. That's a hole for JJ Tracy. Gets himself into the match. Ryan Lippman, new assistant coach at University of Texas, taking over Brandon Wagner's job as Brandon moves on to Clemson University. Reese Brantmeyer here, still dominating her first set. 5-2 lead, 15-love here, serving for the first set. And Brantmeyer with a 6.1 on the WTN. Obi Kajaro, 6.9. That's really a great combination. Most certainly the serve and first ball forehand. Coach Calvis talking to me a little bit about this match. Felt like that was one of the key parts. Brantmeyer could get a bunch of points strung together with her serve plus ones, and she was going to be looking good on her holding. The no-ad format, 40-15 is a triple game point. So there's a lot of opportunity here for Brantmeyer to close this first set out. Action spread out a little bit across the facility here. Court 16, 24 court facility. Now with Padel, Pickle, I think that's just wide, just from the body language. Brantmeyer's got pep in her step and picking up her towel. Kajuru drops her chin, and most certainly that was the set. 6-2 for North Carolina. Back to stadium, Jack Anthrop. Always know him from the signature headband he's been wearing for a long time. Anthrop is out of Orlando, Florida. Spent a lot of time training at the National Tennis Center there. Redshirt sophomore. Pennington Jones was It's difficult last season. It took a little while. Both he and Lerner Tien took a while for those players to become eligible for their teams. And once he jumped into that lineup, he was a solid part for the TCU Horned Frogs lineup. And that's a great inside-out forehand. I believe that's one of the more underrated parts of Anthrop's game. He looks sometimes like he's lulling you to sleep with a lot of the rope-a-dope and the changes of the speeds, but then he can get that forehand inside out through the court on you when you don't think it's going. Think he's going to just play another rally ball, and he actually hits it bigger. So far, everything going Jack Anthrop's way. I think one of the better tactical players in college tennis. He sometimes throws people off because he's not necessarily serving as big or striking every ball as big in miles per hour, but he most certainly understands this game and how well he needs to template that on another. Oh, he goes for the up the line, and it's called wide. Our first match we started covering today, Ayana Ockley, 3-love in the first set. There was a brief medical timeout there, but they're back and resuming play, and we'll get back to that match shortly. And Jack Anthrop, with a lot of first serves and good court position, has shown a lot of positive body language, and he is off to a great start here at 5-2 in the first set. And Micah Braswell, who had points for 4-love, is now 3-2 deuce. Coach Ryan Lippman talking it over. This is a rather significant play call. Let's see what he chooses. JJ Tracy takes the deuce side. And it's called wide. That is 3-all. What a turn of events in this semifinal. Playing on court 11, so just a small stone's throw from Jack Anthrop's court, and I'm sure JJ knows that Jack is up. That's a dynamic of teammates playing next to each other. They always have that feel and sense for how their teammates doing. Possibly that momentum from Jack is helping JJ. 3-all. That's what Michael Braswell does. That, I think, is the real core strength of his game. Ripping forehands on the rise from the baseline, slightly left of center, and dictating and pushing his opponent left and right. I've seen that from him for so many years. Now with this Texas team picking up his brother on the transfer and Pierre Bailey's younger brother. Longhorns for sure, making a strong case of being preseason favorite for this year's team title. Yeah, it's a tough time for that. Coach Jonathan Kroenke coming over just to settle him down. Got to do everything he can now to stay in this game. Again, Coach Kronagi, a finalist here in 2008, losing to his teammate, Brian Kanyeko. And lo and behold, with a little bit of hard work, you could have 2 Buckeyes in today's semifinals advancing. That is exactly what Micah Braswell wants. 4 hands in the middle of the court with time. Overcooked that one. A lot of tennis enthusiasts feel that the 7th game is a critical game in the set. I believe it's an important game. I think they're all important, but this particular set is rather important. And he just launched that ball long. One of the challenges with Tracy, he does have a lot of athleticism, but sometimes you don't time it properly. He ended up popping out of his knee bend a little bit too quickly and just launched that forehand inside in. It comes at a tough time. And Micah Braswell opportunities to break back. Missed return long. There's most certainly a little bit of that going on. A deep up the middle return is a general target for most players at this level. Early on, as they're getting feel for the wind, that they can miss the mark, but you want to try to limit those as you get to the business ends of the first set. Speaking of which, Jack Pennington-Jones now is down a set point on Stadium. Man, a drop shot choice. Oh my goodness. I can't say Coach Devin Bowen liked that choice, but boy, Jack Anthrop did. Got up there quickly, and even though Pennington-Jones is against the wind, and tactically that's probably the side you want him to try to drop her on, you want him with his weapons and his game to play aggressive, solid positional tennis on a no-ad deciding point, down set point. So Jack Anthrop will take it and run. First set Buckeyes on the Stadium. Now, deciding point here, 3-all.
Yes!
Wow. And the moment that we turned our eyes and focus on this match, did it change? And look at the Buckeye running to the changeover, 4-3 up when he could have been 4-love down. What a swing. Ayana Ockley here, 3-1 points for 4-1. Donates that one, and now there's always some psychology on it. If someone double faults a game point on the ad side and then you have a deciding point, do you always go back to the side when they doubled, or do you go to the side that favors your strength? Definitely some strategy there. Here we go. Another deciding point. And that is a big sigh of relief for sure, getting tight. Ayana Ockley goes 4-1 now in the first set. Coach Kevin Epley, working with his star player. Such a great opportunity to have Ockley coming over and having her pair up with Sarah Hamner last year and this year. Oh no! What a point. What a point. A crazy scramble point. Looked like it should have been over for both players both ways. As I was saying about who played at College Park, great program in Maryland. Dad's a coach there. And Emma Charney coming from one of the top junior programs in the nation, the LTP program in Charleston, South Carolina. And strong academies producing some of these collegiate players. That is a huge. The use of the slice has been a critical and pivotal piece of this match. I feel Obi Kajuro loves the backhand, but I don't think she loves a low slice backhand at her shoelaces, and she most certainly has not taken any of them up the line with Brantmeyer. She's come back where Brantmeyer's been able to find the next forehand when she's worked that combination. So far, hasn't been an answer for that. Break points. Brantmeyer. And she gets it.
Come on, let's go.
Continuing a very quiet, methodical domination of this semi. JJ Tracy. Really tough day getting through the match against Popova Cornell and then losing, unfortunately, in doubles with Harvard Cash last night. Wondered how his body would physically respond. He struggled to start this one down 3-0, but now he's fought back. Braswell, I just think that there's confidence that is associated with your game and how you strike balls, but I also think sometimes it's linked to the scoreboard. I think sometimes people can be a little nervous, and then they get a little scoreboard going, and then suddenly there's some confidence flowing through their veins. But in this case, I think it's working in the inverse. Braswell had a chance to really run away with this first set, and now he has not been able to find his first serve or his range. And that is called wide on the inside in. That's a bit of a risk to take there, down game point. When running it inside out, most certainly would be better there. Oh, goodness, he is not in the right frame of mind. But JJ Tracy is, and Coach Kronagi is just calmly. You never really hear much. You don't know. We almost need to get Justin Kronagi mic'd up because it'd be great to hear what he's actually saying. One of the more soft-spoken guys, but one of the more knowledgeable. He was the top junior in the Midwest, top player in the country, and amazing Ohio State Buckeye in his career. What a passing shot. Not even in our screen. JJ Tracy in winning position, but didn't have the hands to deal with that low pass. JJ Tracy taking time. And he misses the line. In a set that was 3 games followed by 5 games, but a bunch of breaks. And a lot of breaks in this match. JJ trying to serve it out. Commits one of the cardinal sins of Buckeye strategy. Losing the first game on his service, losing the first point of his service game, that is definitely a no-no according to Coach Ty Tucker. So sailing long, trying to hit the high heavy and get the point into a neutral place and maybe just strike zone wise, not give Micah Braswell a ball that he likes. But again, the top of the screen in this part of the facility, I've been in San Diego many, many times. The wind is behind JJ Tracy, blowing to Micah Braswell. So missing long is definitely something that is common unless you put enough spin and margin on the balls to keep them in. There it is again. Long. Forced error with Mother Nature at its back. And Micah Braswell, who probably was about to jump off the plank after having the 3-love lead. Ryan Lippman, also another soft-spoken but really knowledgeable coach, former Vanderbilt Commodore coach, and now moved over. Back to court 10, Ayana Ockley, Emma Charney. Ockley's been ahead all the way. They will get the break right. After a hold, broke at 0-1 in the beginning of this set. And Charney got on the board at love 3. And all of a sudden, Emma Charney's trying to claw her way back into the match. We've had some first set comebacks across 4 matches. Not sure I would have drawn Charney in to beg the question if she can finish, because Charney most certainly can finish. She is competent inside the service box, has a wonderful transition game, and knows how to come forward. So Ockley mixing in that drop shot from the far side means that she mixed it in with the wind at her back, so it's not even going to be that effective of a drop shot unless the court position of her opponent is just really far back. Or serves. Can never run out of enough of those. Charney's just trying to figure it out. Just got to hang around. Hasn't gotten off to a great start this match, but that's the beauty of tennis. You Got a lot of time in the match to come back. It's never over until you shake hands. Big moments here. 40-30. Oh, man, that's an errant shank. Definitely flying. We've seen some balls flying from that side now. It's been beautiful in terms of weather. I'd say that today's wind is just a little bit heavier than yesterday's. Not dramatic, but just enough. Some of the players on the far side of our screen need to keep their eyes on the ball. Charney wants the deciding point on the ad. That's really been a very common choice today in a lot of the semifinals. A lot of the players taking the ad side on the deciding point. So does Charney get back on serve, or does Ockley breathe a sigh of relief with a 5-2 lead? Huge forehand from Ockley. A few weathers, I wouldn't say the storm, but a few clouds in that service game. And we most certainly have to get eyes back on this one because of all of our 4 semifinals, this one's moving the fastest. Reese Brantmeyer and her long socks, trademark. She's on roller skates moving fast through this one. That's tough. Obi Kajaro trying to take that one inside in. Wasn't balanced with her shoulders. Coach Chris Young for sure wants her to dictate more with her forehand, and I don't think he wants her to go inside in off of a ball too close to her hip. That probably wasn't the best decision. Missed that one. A little bit too close to her. North Carolina Tar Heels with just a gauntlet of a singles lineup. And after winning the NCAA title, Coach Brian Kalp is finally getting that prize to bring back to Chapel Hill. This team comes back even stronger in singles. Amazing results so far already this season. And there is the Achilles heel of the match so far. Having the answer for the shorter backhand slice has not been there. As I was saying about the Tar Heel lineup, you still have Abby Forbes on the team. And you have Brant Meyer. Obviously, Annika Yarlagada forgot a young lady by the name of Fiona Crowley who's not playing this week. Seriously, Scotty, Riley Tran, now what Thea Radman has already shown in the early part of her career with huge wins. Yeah, that's formidable. And Reese Brantmeyer is not taking her pedal off the metal. She's going after it. Yeah, this one definitely is. It's been one-way traffic. She tries to create the angle from the center. She loves that shot, but just off of a low slice, it's a little bit more difficult. And that really quickly brings us to a match point. Here in only 58 minutes of time on court. That's a great shot. But I think early
Come on.
Obi Kajar was able to take the backhand up the line and get Brantmeyer off of her position and get her moving. Just hasn't been able to do that as much as she would like in this match. And she just puts the backhand return and obliterates a game, set, match. Reese Brantmeyer, North Carolina Tar Heel moves on. 6-2, 6-1. It's only fitting. Getting back over here to this semifinal. 6-all. First set tiebreaker. Been nothing but momentum shifts, and I think it's best and only fitting that a breaker solves it. JJ Tracy gets his first serve in. Yeah, I think this, just watching that first 2 points sums it up a lot. JJ Tracy taking time off, just getting his serve in to try to initiate the rallies that he wants. Micah Braswell missing the first serve, trying to go big on it, but not been making it for the last 20 minutes. And then Tracy trying to get the ball out of his strike zone and getting him to force the backhand. Oh, no. And now approach shot, let courts, and pops up. So Tracy gets a duck to go 3-love. Wow. Whew, that's a tough break for Braswell. Not a good momentum shift in the early part of the breaker for the Longhorn. And JJ Tracy is taking his time, which I love here. I love that he's up 3-love, but making sure that he gets organized and takes advantage of the momentum shifts that have been helping him grow in this match. Oh, Braswell goes to the slice. And Tracy goes to the forehand slice. Doesn't get up to the ball. Braswell will take it. At this point, Braswell will take anything. That's a poor mistake by J.J. Tracy there with a chance to go 4-love. Ayana Ockley, though, just as that happened, closes out the first set 6-3, and we're back to the breaker. Very close. J.J. Tracy asked the umpire on the far sideline what he felt. Umpire agrees. No chance that I'm going to call that from here. That was a big momentum shift. J.J. Tracy being up 3-love serving to now losing both of his service points. Back on serve here in this breaker. Braswell 2-3. And I just think he has to settle down and take that backhand and hit it to a big target. It was out of his strike zone. He mistimed it. Just really not enough footwork there against the wind with J.J. Tracy hitting the high rolls. He's got to be able to move and smother that ball and close off the space. Got up on him and he shanked it, missed it. Smart choice by J.J. 4-2 for the Buckeyes in this breaker. And another batsman unforced there. And for a different reason. When he was against the wind, he didn't get the ball before it got too high for him. And in this case, he kind of shoveled it long. He's tentative now. It's in his mind. He's not accelerating with his left hand, so that ball's guiding long. It's really, he's just in a score-based funk. Feels like he should have taken care of this first set, and now J.J. Tracy with 2 serves to try to close it. JJ misses the long, and he plays pretty even and clean with the backhand. It's more of a drive, not more of a shaped backhand. So he can sometimes miss because the ball is missing a little bit of shape. He's lost several points in this tiebreaker on his serve. Oh dear, that was a great thought. Opened up to Braswell's forehand, got Braswell off the court, struggling. He comes in for the volley and just couldn't find the sweet spot on the volley. Dumps it into the net. That's such a double-edged sword. Tracy's strength is sort of playing longer attrition baseline points. And even though he hasn't come in that much, he most certainly, as one of the top doubles players in the nation and seeded in this tournament, should have been able to take care of that backhand volley. Braswell has got not 9 lives. He must have 11 lives this set. Because that was 3 mini breaks both ways for both players. JJ Tracy is now at 5-all, and he was just at 5-2 serving. Micah Braswell plus Mother Nature plus Ryan Lippman's advice. What do we get here? No way. He gets exactly what he wants. The serve goes where he wants it. The return goes where he wants it. He has a forehand exactly in his spot, and he misses it long. I don't know what to think about this set, this breaker. I have no idea what's going to happen at this point. I'm on the edge of my seat just like you guys at home. 6-5 Ohio State. He is feeling it. He was comfortable. He had the type of point he wanted. He finally decided to take a risk, and he overplayed the forehand by 2 inches. Coach Justin Kronog, likes the point. He likes what happened. He told him exactly. That's a lot of positive encouragement there, because that's what you have to do. That's tough when this has been such a topsy-turvy set on the scoreboard and emotionally. But 6-all. Whew. Have a deciding point here in the very first game. Ayana Ockley trying to break. And that is just textbook tennis 101. Big, heavy cross courts until you get your opportunity ball or an error. Well played by Anna. Oh my gosh, and JJ goes aggressive. He steps up because the wind's at his back. He plays the offense. He's in position. Great defense by Braswell. Tracy has to reset the point with kind of a baby overhead, and then he misses the inside in forehand wide. Oh, wow. I can't make this up. This is wild. The amount of opportunities both of these guys have had to win this set, and it just keeps swinging back and forth. What next? And that's what's next. Unforced error, uncharacteristic on Braswell's strength, 7-all. If I had a crystal ball, I would tell everybody what's going to happen, but instead, let's just enjoy it. This is just one of those sets, right? Neither guy or neither coach is going to say that guy played well here, but I'll tell you, both teams would like to have this set in their back pocket. And that's a Braswell special with cheese. That's exactly what he likes to do. One of his favorite plays. Good ball strike, good choice, good court position. And the professionalism by both of these guys is outstanding, because a lot of people, with all the set points back and forth and game points and break points and momentum, would have been showing a lot more body language as this has unfolded. But both guys have been stone. Oh my goodness. JJ Tracy organizes the point, gets the opportunity ball, transitions, but gets exposed on a low backhand volley, which is not one of his better shots, and he loses that. That's hard to believe. What an effort by Braswell to hold it together and get that set. 7-6 Longhorns. Switching over to Stadium, momentum has gone against the Buckeyes. Just as it went for both guys at the right times, it's now shifting for their Texas opponents. TCU's Pennington Jones now serving for the second set after losing the first set 6-2. He looks like he is right at the ship. Great serve. Slice with a lot of width halfway up the sideline. Four set points. One saved. That's really well played. Position the return in the corner. Made a little chip and charge into the backhand. Pennington Jones tends to drive the backhand. Doesn't put a lot of topspin on the passing shot. And then cool as a cucumber. Anthrop hits the forehand volley for a winner back behind him. Really well executed play. Still 2 more set points. And there it is. Game in the second set. Jack Pennington Jones, 6-2. So we split a pair of 6-2s, and we're going the distance. Ironically, next door Braswell and Tracy finished 1 set in the time that Pennington Jones and Anthrop finished 2. Again, Reese Brantmeyer already through 6-2, 6-1, and this is our other semifinal. On the women's side, Ayana Ockley, 6-3, 1-1 in the second. Johnny broke back. This has been 2 breaks here to start the second set. Good forehand. In the Charney, 9.14 WTN, sophomore, USC. 2 USCs in this match. South Carolina versus University of Southern California. And it's a miss up the line. Not necessarily the best choice, and her feet were almost set. Coach Kevin Epley raves about Ayana Ockley's ability to stay balanced in almost all of her shots. Thinks that's one of her strengths. Oh, wow. She has used that slice effectively a few times as we've been covering a match. Nice to see that variety and that skill set. Ockley looking to transition on the Pro Tour when she finishes this season. After this tournament, incidentally, we'll be going back to Charleston for a wild card into 100K there. This is a return. Sails long. Now think this is a rather important deciding point. Not to diminish the significance of any of them, but it just feels like Charney needs to keep this scoreboard going in her direction here in the beginning of the second set. And Emma Charney plays the waiting game, goes with the high, heavy rolls, dares Ayana to try to do something off of that ball that's not in her strike zone. And Ockley trying to play a little bit too big from a little bit too far back and a little bit too high. Charney 2-1 in the second. Back over to one of our men's semis. Micah Braswell from Texas wins the first set 7-6. And now holds to start the second, and JJ Tracy is serving here 15-30. Good serve. Oh no, it's double fault there. Shouldn't have cut that kicker so close. Tracy's sticking with his game plan on the far side, using that high, heavy forehand, and keep away from the Braswell forehand. Gets the break. Braswell has been really a tough out this tournament, only losing 16 games en route to the semifinals. Straight sets every match. 2-2, 4-3, 3-2. Or 2-3 rather, really fairly routine so far. So this first set was the most drama he's dealt with. And JJ Tracy most certainly has just been doing double duty with getting to the quarterfinals of doubles and playing singles, and most certainly yesterday and match Popo from Cornell. Does JJ Tracy have enough in his legs to try to mount a comeback here? Yeah, it's definitely difficult because Tracy will have to do more of what he just did there, take a little bit more risk, make some of those big forehands, because so far, the times that he's tried to come forward and use his transition, it hasn't been there for him today. Oh, I spoke too soon. Standard commentator jinx. And then he comes up with the goods with the feel, the touch, and a great stick backhand volley. So I stand corrected, and most certainly just what the doctor ordered for JJ Tracy. He needs to believe that he can use his net game to mix with all of his ground stroke variety. Good pressure, moving the ball around, and most certainly the Buckeyes want to do just that. They don't want Micah Braswell in the center of our screen ripping forehands. They want him moving left and right and up and back and getting a lot more of a track meet type of match without him dictating from the center. Misses it. That's a great battle. Most certainly a shot in the arm. JJ Tracy breaks back, gets back on serve here in the second set. Over to Stadium. The battle of the jacks of all trades. Buckeye Jack serving now. Bottom of your screen. Horn Frog Jack at the top of the screen. Dead even on that scoreboard. 6-2 Anthrop, 6-2 JPJ, 1-all in the third, 30-all. Anthrop here serving against the wind. Very important game to hold. Pennington Jones was ahead in that point, chose not to come to the net, retreated, went backwards. Anthrop was able to defend a few balls, and wild error from Pennington Jones. Anthrop opportunity now. Keep his nose out in front in this third set. That's well played. Good transition coming in off the big forehand, and I like the idea of not having Jack playing more defensive against the wind. Coach Michael Torpegard, former finalist at this tournament himself, losing to Michael Redlicki. Back in 2016. I just like Anthrop holding his core position and playing more aggressive against the wind, and then maybe mixing a little bit more when he's with the wind. And then the battle of topsy-turvy breaks. This match, there's no Isner Mahout going on here. This is anybody's ball game. Every service game could possibly be a break in this match so far. JJ Tracy serving love 40. And he goes for a serve and volley. Bit uncharacteristic. I'm not sure why he chose to mix that tactic in when he just did. But the forehand volley goes wide. And Micah Braswell is most certainly happy about that. And now here, Braswell is up 7-6, 3-1. And the wind at his back here. Key service game opportunity for him to try to really distance himself in this match. Most certainly a bright spot there, a backhand winner. Something we haven't seen much out of Braswell in this match. It's just a lot of frustration and collective disgust on JJ Tracy's face. He's just in shock about how unfortunate and then fortunate and unfortunate and fortunate and then unfortunate he's been in this match. Key moments here. Oh, goodness. Another situation where he's trying to force his way in against the wind. Philosophically, I'm not against trying to come in against the wind. I think it's a good thing, but the entry routes that JJ Tracy has taken didn't make Micah Braswell uncomfortable at all. And he was able to give some quality pop to the passing shots. And JJ Tracy having a volley below net level was not a good place for him to be. Yeah, definitely not. So 7-6-4-1 now, and Texas in the driver's seat of that semi. Ayanna Ockley has been battling with Charney. There's been some breaks back and forth in the beginning of the second set. Ayanna Ockley again up a break in this match. There's been a lot of seesawing in this set, where the first set was a lot more straightforward. Emma Charney with an opportunity here. Great effort by Charney, just fighting, scratching, clawing, and hanging around. Tough thing about this second set is that Ockley has made a little bit of a mistake, in my opinion, and Coach Epley talks about this, of showing her cards emotionally. Like it's not that you just missed a return. It's that you missed a return and then you had to kind of have a bit of a negative body language, and some of that is also giving your opponent a shot in the arm and a willingness to hang around. So most certainly, like she just showed there, she has a lot of firepower, and when she's clicking on all cylinders, she's a tough customer, but she has to also have the body language and the court demeanor to match the shot quality. There it is again. Deep in the court, going for a backhand down the line. I would consider ill-advised. It's just not a good geometry. You try that down the line that she tried. And then afterwards, she put her head in her hands. And so Charney is just going, well, okay, great. I'm just going to keep hanging around because you're donating to my cause now. I don't even have to hit big shots on my own accord. So, yeah, this is key moments here. Where the sophomore is hanging around and the fifth-year senior is opening up the emotional door. That goes long as well. Emma Charney holds serve. It's So gutsy 2 games. Obviously, both with the wind at her back, but a gutsy 2 games now. Put her nose out in front in the second set. Micah Braswell now taking the forehands and transitioning. Ryan Lippman, who came in a lot. Old school student of mentor Bill Tim, one of the best old school coaches out there. Bill Tim, for those that don't know, mentored Brian Shelton. We know what Brian's done in his career and his coaching and how Ben's doing. So it's been a lot of touches veteran Bill Tim has had. Wow. Braswell's doing a lot right now. Starting to show all the positive body language. He's transitioning. He's hitting backhand winners. These are things that were not part of this tennis match 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, an hour ago. That's well played. Love it. Pennington Jones taking the ball early, using his inside-out forehand, challenging Anthrop on the backhand, and with the wind behind him, it's just a much firmer combination of shots. Those body blows are doing more damage on that side of the court, and it's easier to find your way to the net in a sequence of a couple of shots right after the serve. So definitely the right statement that Pennington Jones wants to make here. Up a break in the third with the wind at his back. That's the one I just don't care for. I understand the idea late in the match or against a quick player that you want to hit back behind, but you just ran a great combination through the backhand. Why not just take that backhand and go again? He tries to get too cute, takes the ball too close to his hip and goes inside out behind Jack and misses it wide. Key moment. $15-30. Unforced error, missing it wide, trying to create space when it's not there. Again, Jack Anthrop is most certainly the type of player that is not going to beat himself when it matters. He's going to stay in all the points, so you have to do all the work. And having a break up with the wind at your back sounds great, but there's still the tennis job you need to do. And Pennington Jones just not on top of the business here. That's a little bit better. Settling in and taking the responsibility that some of the points may have to be longer. Things aren't going to always come quickly and easy, but you still have to keep up the constant aggression. So much easier said than done from the booth, I know. Just like that, after a super long first set, loaded with drama and back and forth intrigue, Micah Braswell, 3 match points. Game, set, match. Texas Longhorns, 7-6, 6-2. Big victory there. Micah Braswell will be relieved. J.J. Tracy will be disappointed, but most certainly a strong effort from J.J. Tracy here at this Fall National helped position him in the top 25 of college tennis going into the dual match season. Micah Braswell's through. Jack Pennington Jones goes up to break on Anthrop and loses his serve. So now we have Jack Anthrop serving at 3-all. That's well played by Anthrop. We may possibly had an opportunity to interview Micah Braswell, which would be fun. And in about 10 minutes on the top of the hour, we're going to be bringing you men's doubles semifinals. Those will be coming up soon. Really good tennis. I love that Anthrop is taking the initiative and bringing the tennis to Pennington Jones this game. Good time for him. Great return. Well done. Good pressure from Pennington Jones. In the 2 box, you have the ladies semifinalists still active. On the left, Ayanna Ackley from South Carolina against Emma Charney from USC. Charney currently serving 4-all. Love 15. Been a bit of a seesaw second set with several breaks. Wow, Jack hit a great serve. Pennington Jones's stab with his little block chip ended up going wider than Jack expected, and it was not an easy shot over the high part of the net. Jack Pennington Jones just holds to go up 4-3. I mean, breaks to go up 4-3 now, serving in the third. And Ayana Ockley serving for the match in the bottom of our screen. We are quickly joined by Micah Braswell, Texas Longhorn. That was a good win, man. Every win's a good win, right? But that one was a good one. Tell me about that slimy first set.
Yeah, the first set, man, it was just kind of up and down from both of us. We were both, I think we're both really good returners, obviously. So pretty much in every single service game, we were both just getting in. We were both just, I mean, I don't know. We had a bunch of deuce points on both of our service games. So I don't know. I feel like that's kind of what it came down to. And then, man, that tiebreaker was crazy. It was tough for us to both. It was tough for both of us to win points on our serve. But luckily, I was able to kind of stay the course and not panic at all, which is something I've been working on. And yeah, so luckily I was able to come out on top in that first set. And then after that, I knew it was going to give me a big momentum shift going into the second.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like your game opened up in the second set. The backhands down the line started going. You started transitioning and coming forward against the wind. You just were a much more solid, complete product in the second. Obviously, it's nice to have that set in your back pocket. And with all the tennis that he's played, you know, it's a lot on him right there to try to turn the tide around. He started rushing and playing the net when he really wasn't capable of it. So you were able to get over the finish line. What do you think about the final now? Does it matter whether it's Pennington Jones or Anthrop? Do you have any feeling one way or the other? Or you match up better with one or the other guy?
Yeah, I played Jack last year. I actually lost to him both times, so I'd love to get a rematch against him. And then I grew up playing Jack Anthrop in Florida in the juniors. I've known him for forever. So yeah, I know both of them very well, and I'd honestly love to play either of them. I think it's going to be a great match regardless.
Outstanding. Well, congratulations. You and Coach Littman go get some tacos and hang out on the beach. Tell Bruce to stay home, man. Tell Bruce to stay home. Hook 'em horns. Yeah. Good luck tomorrow.
I will. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys.
Ayana Ockley is right at the ship. Battle fought. And this is a match point. A little bit better, calm exterior. It just seems like there's an intentional targeting of the Charney forehand so far, a lot in the second set. Match point number 2. And there it is. There's the fist pump. There's the confident, dominant walk. There's a sigh of relief. Kevin Epley walks out in vintage Epley fashion to congratulate Coach Allison Swain coming over too. Love all the sportsmanship at the high level. Only can be one winner, but everybody should be great sports. That's a great point. Very physical forehands from Pennington Jones. So that sets up another battle of South Carolina versus North Carolina this tournament. The final on the women's side. Tough shank at the wrong time. Now Jack Anthrop will have to hold serve here to stay in this match. Inside out forehand just misses the mark. Love 15. Well, that's a great shot. Same one that he missed before. He was able to just move the target in, better margin. Anthrop trying to hang around. Oh my goodness, what a shot. Lob goes up, the wind holds it up. Anthrop wasn't able to hit an overhead. He just turns his shoulder and plays a backhand volley overhead up the line for a winner. Great skill on that. 40-15. This is a long, good showcasing of both guys' ball striking. Anthrop just sends one a little bit long. Pennington Jones staying right on top of that baseline and refusing to give ground, which is a great way to play against the wind. Anthrop still with 2 more game points here. Try to make Pennington Jones serve it out. Jack's backhand goes net, and that sets up an opportunity for a break point, match point, deciding point. And that is it. Couple of unforced errors, uncharacteristic by Anthrop. Game, set, match, Jack Pennington Jones, 2-6, 6-2, 6-3. Horned Frogs versus Longhorns in the men's final. Great, great battle. Disappointing day for the Buckeyes, but really good resolve by Jack Pennington Jones and Coach Devin Bowen working him through that match. Anthrop came out flawless. Just wasn't able to stay on top of him. Pennington Jones gets through in a tight 6-3 in the third battle. And just as all 4 of our semifinals on the men and women's singles end, doubles is just starting. We are going nonstop all day for you. Little 2-hour scheduled block, so we probably should be on the air continuous, bringing all this action. All the singles semifinals, followed by now all the men's double semifinals, and then later women's double semifinals. We have TCU versus Old Dominion. the bottom of our screen. Pedro Vives, Sebastian Gorsny, 5 through 8 seeds, playing against Connor and Cody Van Schalkwyk. Vives returning in the ad. That's a great combination there. Vives was so dominant yesterday with his returning and backhand volley crossing. With the Old Dominion brothers, it's easy to tell the difference. We've got Connor and Cody. Oh, wow. Great get. Like I said, easy to tell the difference. Cody is with the hat on the deuce, and Connor, the longer hair and the headband on the ad. We're fortunate enough to be joined by Jack Pennington Jones. Just won big match on Stadium Court over Jack Anthrop. 2 Buckeyes playing at the same time, almost like a dual match atmosphere out there. Able to lose the first set, but turn it around and win in 3. So tell us about the match, Jack. Why were you able to turn it around?
I felt the first set I didn't play my best tennis. I felt like he was playing pretty well. I felt like he was just sort of dominating the points, and in my head after going into the second, I sort of said, if he holds up this level and I don't improve, it's going to be the same result. So I was like, I'm just going to play more solid, do the things I like to do instead of trying to focus on the tactics we were trying to implement against him. And I felt it made a big difference. And I also feel his level slightly dropped in the middle of the second set. And I think mine went up. And then sort of in the third set, as you saw, I think it was very, very similar level. And I won 3 out of 4 juice points to win the match. And I think that's sort of all that separated us. He's a really good player. And it's tough, as you said, it's like a dual match atmosphere. I can hear JJ Tracy on the other court getting really rowdy, getting pumped with the Ohio players there as well. So it's a tough atmosphere, but my teammates, all the people that were here were really helped good supporting me. And I felt like that helped a lot.
Yeah, I think that you hit the nail on the head. I appreciate, that sentiment. I am really impressed. I feel like last year you were coming from challengers and pro tennis, and then you had to wait and sit out before you could kind of get a chance to play. And then you were starting to play, and I was watching you at indoors, and you're a little out of sorts. And you seem to be comfortable now in college tennis. You feel like that you kind of caught your stride. You're in your groove now. You got a feel for what this is like, because it is a lot different from ITF and challenger level tennis.
Yeah, definitely. I never really felt settled last year, even when I got the call up to be able to play. I felt like I was a bit like underprepared. Like I remember my first dual match, I was away at Baylor, and obviously there was a very hostile environment. And the first game, I missed 3 calls on his serve because I thought the ref was going to call them and stuff like that. It took me a while to sort of get settled in the format and everything like that. But I'd like to think now that after playing a lot more college matches, and I feel like I'm a lot more settled and I understand how I want to play certain situations, that I sort of was just sort of, I don't know, freelancing last year with it. And I feel a lot more structured with how I'm playing these big points.
Talk to me about the role Coach Devin Bowen is playing in your process, and he's working with you here. Is Coach Roditi with players in another tournament, and Devin and you are working this out here?
Yeah, so Devin's here with this trip. I think Coach Roditi had a ITF World Tour coach conference in Bogota, I think, and some of our other players are also doing an invitational at SMU right now. So everyone's sort of everywhere, and it's great that Devin's out here. He's been really good. He's been a great person to speak about, not just the tennis, but also a lot of the mental side of the game. He's been a big help with me, especially on that side of it, coming to big moments and those pressurized moments in college tennis. He's been great with helping me sort of find a game identity to put in those moments.
Absolutely. And lastly, I would say that you started playing the wind a little bit smarter and also doing the right things off of Anthrop's slice. I think you made some good adjustments and just got more solid as the match went on. I agree with your comment about the second set level, his going down and yours going up. Going forward now in a final against Braswell, who's not going to slice. He's going to hit probably 97% of the backhands. It's a different type of toe-to-toe match with obviously some Texas pride on the line. How do you see that?
I mean, I know Micah really well. I've played him a bunch last year when it was TCU in Texas, and the dual matches we always played. And he's a really good player. He's, I think, one of the best ball strikers in college. It seems to me his serves improved a lot. That's the one thing I've noticed this tournament compared to in the season. He's serving a lot better. But I know what works against him and what doesn't, just from playing him in the past. And I've done pretty well against him, but I think he's improved a lot since then. And I'm excited to see how it's going to go. I think I'm going to have to take more of the role that Anthrop did, that the slicing, the changing the height and the spin and all of that stuff, to sort of not let him just sort of hit me off the court. I mean, I always say he looks a bit like Rublev, the way he's just like one tempo, we're going at this tempo, and if you can't hold up, he'll smoke you 2-2. So I think that's sort of what in my head I need to be able to do. And obviously I'm excited. It's a big match, TCU Texas. I mean, that's all I've known is college tennis so far as the big rivalry. So I'm excited for it. It should be really good.
Outstanding. Really, really good stuff. Congratulations. Great win. Best of luck to you tomorrow. Go Frogs.
Thank you very much. Go Frogs.
Great interview with Jack Pennington Jones. So much fun. I'm so impressed with his maturation in his sophomore season from freshman year, with all the challenges that he had to deal with getting the opportunity to play and then getting comfortable in a new environment. So tomorrow's final for sure is going to be action-packed. We're waiting for the second double semifinal to start. This is the only current match in progress. On serve. Oh, it's in. Oh my gosh, what a point. So again, there's a lot of similar team colors. So TCU is wearing the gray, and they're on the near side serving. And this is Pedro Vives in our screen, and now Sebastian Gorsny coming to join him. Gorsny is the server. It's a great serve. Again, Cody Van Schalwick on the deuce, Connor Van Schalwick on the ad. Almost ready to start on the stadium court with our other double semifinal. We have the opportunity to be joined by Ayana Ockley. South Carolina gets over the finish line in a topsy-turvy second set to get it done in straights over Emma Charney. Ayana, are you breathing a sigh of relief?
Yeah, a big sigh of relief, yes, sir.
Wonderful. Congratulations on the victory. So you took on the role primarily of the aggressor and the person that was going to set terms in that match. Felt like you did a good job in that first set doing so. But in the second set, there was a lot of back and forth. Can you tell me what changed there? Was there something that Charney was doing, or did you have a little bit of a dip in concentration? But the second set was a lot more breaks and a lot less of you per se in control from start to finish.
Yes, sir. I feel like it was more myself. I think Emma played the same way both sets. I just kind of got really nervous and my feet stopped. So when my feet stop, I can't really be aggressive. I can't really step into the ball. So then I'm just on my back foot a lot. So I think that's definitely what changed, was my footwork just kind of came to a halt.
Oh, that's a great observation. I most certainly on air saw you taking some backhands down the line that you were missing from very deep parts in the court that probably weren't the most advised. I'm sure Coach Kevin was looking on the side, grimacing and giving you some kind of tip. But is there any punishment in practice if you go down the line and miss, or what happens in practice if you do one of those no-nos?
No, there's not really a punishment. It's more like you just, as long as you recognize you're not supposed to do it and you don't try to do it again and you'll make the adjustments, then it's fine. Yeah, but usually there's no punishment. Like, he might yell at you for sure, but you're not gonna run or anything.
Okay, just checking. Obviously, you've come over in a transfer situation, and now you're synergizing with Hamner, and you guys are pushing each other. You've had some great results here and done a really wonderful job in pros and college this fall. Do you feel like it's a kind of a combination of everything, your experience and the shift and the teammates and the work that you did back at College Park? Is everything just sort of coming to, obviously a nice, mature, positive for you right now?
I would say yes, sir. I feel like a lot of the things that, well, one, I work with my dad a lot, and then him and Kevin are very similar. My dad likes for me to be an all-around player, likes to have the slice, likes to have the volleys, and then coming to South Carolina and working with Kevin, he basically fixed all of that. Like I had the ideas, but he kind of fixed the technique with the slice and fixed the technique with the volleys and just kind of helped me hone in on my game. So I feel like the first year I came to South Carolina was definitely a topsy turvy for sure. And it was a hard adjustment because it was just things I hadn't worked on before. But now I feel like everything's kind of clicking and I can use my slice. Like it just comes naturally now. But the first year was definitely like forcing it and things like that. But now it's kind of everything is kind of clicking that I've learned.
Well, credit to you. That is not easy to be a little further down the road in your career, a little older, and to try to adopt and accept change and the challenge that goes with that to be able to come on top. So really credit to you, your dad, Coach Epley, and everybody to get you to this point. So that's outstanding. So talk to me a little bit about this rivalry now. North Carolina is the big dog. They won NCAAs. They're flexing. They think they're obviously the top dog in the stable. What's going to happen now? You've had some battles already this tournament. How do you look forward to a matchup with Reese Brentmeyer tomorrow?
Well, Reese is a good player. She's an excellent player. So I think honestly, just going out there tomorrow and just playing my game and having fun, there's nothing to lose anymore. So I can just play free and just play my game and try to be the aggressor in this situation.
Wonderful. Outstanding. I think that you won't have many moon balls to defend against, maybe some slices tomorrow. So Kevin's going to have to get himself out on that court and chip a few balls so he can get you some practice. Congratulations to you. Well done. Put your feet up. Go have some tacos. Go to the beach. And let's see you play that final tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All the best. And a split screen, left of our screen. Obviously, we're in game 6 of the first set. 5 straight holds. Pedro Vives at the top of the screen, serving for TCU. His partner, Sebastian Korsney, moving there, trying to poach, but the return from Connor Shalkwick did not go in. His brother, Cody, on the deuce, Connor on the ad. And right of our screen is University of Washington. Taking on Ozan Barris and Max Sheldon from Michigan State. So it would have been a Pac-12 Big Ten matchup, but now it's all Big Ten matchup. This is the last year probably that the conferences will be separate, and there's a lot of shifting that's going to happen in 2024. We'll get the scoreboard going on that stadium court here in just a moment. And at the top of your screen, Max Sheldon from Chicago. Ozan Barris, his partner, hailing from Michigan.
Yes! Yes!
Oh, that flies long. There's a score. Cesar Puslagam. Diana Zarn. Puslagam serving. Zarn at the net. That one's done. On the left of our screen, Old Dominion draws first blood. Gets the first break in game 6. Flies out. Max Sheldon's hands weren't ready. Cody Van Schalkwyk serving. And his brother, Connor, is all over the place. He gets a lot of touches. Not a lot of balls get past him. He crosses a lot more. I feel Connor is a little bit more active at net. Cody's more the setup man. But that first serve is coming in. And there's just a lot of movement from his brother. It's a tough service game to break. Job by Michigan State. Key moments here on the left. 4-2-30 all. TCU trying to break back. Double fault. Break chance for TCU. That's a big time ground stroke. Crushed. Cody with the big forehand brings his deuce now. And on the right side of the screen, Ozan Barris is serving 2-all, 30-all. Oh, he doesn't take it. Connor doesn't take the volley. Cody is surprised and gets caught with a low backhand. Definitely a ball Connor should have taken. So TCU breaks back on serve, 4-3. point for Michigan State. And that's a smart choice. I like Ozan Barris serve and volleying there. There's a lot of different ways to hold serve in men's doubles. There's some traditional serve volley plays. There's some serve and eye with a lot of touches with the net player. There's some aggressive ground stroke, one up, one back play. Lots of ways to hold serve. The key is that both players are working together. I think that once one player is trying to do too much from the back against top teams, you normally get broken. It's a great return. The move from Vives was a little early, coupled with Gorsny's serve sitting up a little bit. So the serve was a little slow, the move was a little quick, and it created that lane for Cody to hit that backhand return up the line. Love 15. He was there. It was on his racket. Just not able to execute. So now the guys have got to talk it over. Wow, this action is fast and furious. The points are ending right at the same time. 4 break points for Old Dominion on the left. Love 30 for Michigan State on the right. Well played. Michigan State covers the net well. Old Dominion breaks. Now Connor Van Schalkwijk will serve. Yeah, that's well played. The combination of a great Gorsny return and Vives moving has paid dividends for them all tournament long. Old Dominion took out Pepperdine 6-4, 6-3 yesterday. TCU upset Ohio State 6-4, 6-3. Washington beat TCU's Shannon Maxted 4-1, and Ozan and Sheldon withstood a really strong push from Boston College in the first set, saved 4 set points, and ended up winning 7-6, 6-3 to bring them all to our semifinal round today. It's a great return from Gorsny. Man, Shawquick brothers are trying to help each other. But I feel that even though Connor didn't take that last volley in the last game, he tends to be a little bit more active in terms of coverage at the net. So this is a tougher game to win if he's missing his first serves, I believe. A little bit harder for Cody to do some of the same things in terms of crossing. VCU does it well as anyone, I think, in this college doubles tournament. The moment the partner establishes a quality return, the other player is looking to move and get involved right away, not allowing any rally transactions to start. Immediate set and spike. Oh, no. Ozan trying to do a fancy 360 move on the backhand volley that got behind him. Max Sheldon serving with the backwards hat here at the bottom of the screen to the right, up 40-15. What a volley. And TCU breaks. So there has been break on court 11. (40-30), Max Sheldon, Michigan State serving. Oh, what a shot by Sheldon on the run. Snap backhand that stayed low, created a volley, and Ozan takes care of the business. 4-3 Michigan State. And there's your national rankings preseason. Harper and Spazzeri have done a great job the last couple of years and well-deserved of that ranking. Barris and Sheldon, Teddy Perlek and Veltz, Dubai and Merget, Auburn, Kotry and Staley. Heck and Ozalins, who were seeded 1 here. They're still battling in the back draw. Maroney and Thompson, Wake Forest. Englehart, Slavic, Ole Miss. Pierre Bailey, Simon Woldeb, and then Heller and Zhang. Many of the teams in action and still battling as of yesterday on the back draw and the main draw of this tournament. ECU doing the best that they can to get this set back to 5-all. Nice serve out wide. Has to cut that ball off. That side fence is relatively close in a double situation. That's the return. 5-all. Great serve. Ashlegum. Nice job. Good movement. 40-15. These doubles matches are going to go to the wire. Great serve for all on the right, on the left. Second serve coming to Vives. And that is the play that has to be stopped. There's no chance of playing, I consider, a traditional setup to Vives on the ad side. He is shredding returns, perfectly hitting the target. And if you don't give him any distraction or challenge with the eye, I think that Gorsny's going to keep feasting on middle poaches. There's a lot of pressure. A lot of second serve tennis from Cody Van Schalkwyk this game. But I don't care if you have to take it down to 85 miles an hour. I would find a way to get a first serve in the Vives and make sure that your brother is helping. And there's another second serve. That's much better. So important. The idea that a second serve, you're not going to poach and move and take a backhand volley is in the right message. The returner should be on guard and be concerned about net movement, first or second serve return. Forehand missed by Gorsny. Michigan State up 30-15. Ozan Barris serving on the right, top of your screen. Game point. Old Dominion on your left. And he finally gets the first serve in. Thank you very much. Just what the doctor ordered. Hold for Old Dominion. They're up 6-5. Good kick serve by Ozan. Michigan State holds. And you can see the banner has been blowing. There's some breeze out there on Stadium Court. Slightly breezier day today than yesterday. And here's the rankings on the women's side of things. Brodish and Chen are through to the final here. Defending champions from last year. Brent Meyer and Scotty. Crowley and Tangelic, another Tar Heel team. Brown and Miller, upset by Northwestern this tournament. Hanson Waggle. Lake and Bakina of Stanford. Wong and Heiser of Illinois. Sola and Walsall. Definitely the plot's thickening here. TCU, Gorsney's serving at love 15, 5-6. Serve call long. Gorsney serving to Connor Van Schalkwijk. And Vives with another poach. Ozon's passing shot misses the mark. Washington trying to get this set to extra innings. That goes long. Great serving by Zarn. Big, tall lefty. It's nice to have the lefty-righty combination. Yeah, that's so good. What is so important for TCU in that point was that Gorsney takes the ball with time, his forehand, and he plays it through the middle. That keeps Vives active and able to get touches. He really understands what to do with the volleys, short, deep angles. Magician with the racket. Well done by TCU. That's a great hold. Going tiebreaker there. Now here we're at 5-all. First point to Old Dominion. They strike. Draw first blood. All 15-all. Nice job by Ozon. Finding the angle. Good first serve by Max. Michigan State holds 6-5. TCU's on the board. Just going to settle in on this tiebreaker here, and then we'll get you back to the end of the other dramatic first set conclusion. Cody Van Schalkwijk at the top of the screen, serving 2-1. That's the strength of their team. Big serve from Cody. Great net play from Connor. 3-1 Old Dominion. They're getting beat in the standard formation serving Vives. Looks like the sun may be a factor. He's looking up a lot and trying to adjust his toss. Second serve, key moment for this breaker. Oh my goodness. He stays home, but the volley goes wide off of his racket. 4-1 Old Dominion. ECU has to cook up something good here. The first serve just long. Need to hang around. This is always where doubles gets interesting. Played 12 games against one another, got a lot of information. So what's the best choice? Again, everyone taking a look at the serve on that side now. Must be a factor. A lot of checking the ball, tossing the sun, and most certainly some faulting right now. To the top of your screen has the wind at your back, but the sun in your eye. That is Sebastian Gorsny now with a second serve. He gets up to the short ball late, trips over his feet, and the forehand goes long and wide. Definitely not a good way to lose a service point. Old Dominion now with brother Connor. (5-2), driver's seat of this breaker. Big overhead, quality ground stroke to set it up. 4 set points for ODU. Monarchs are in position. Put a set on the board. And there it is. A first serve fault. I got excited. What a point. The reflexes, the back and forth, the overhead coverage, the dipping, the diving, the reflex, and finally a winner up the line. ODU Monarchs take the first set, 7-6 over TCU. Let's go back to the other semi. They're in a breaker. Zarin serving. 1-all. And University of Washington on the near side. Bushлагin, Zarin playing against Ozan Barris and Max Sheldon at the top of your screen. Sheldon on the deuce, Barris on the ad, Zarin serving, Buslagam at the net, down in the eye. He's hit some great spots with his serve late in this set. They were playing a lot of second serve tennis on his serve early in this set, and now he is getting much more free points, which is usually ironic. It's often the beginning of the match, you don't have a rhythm on the lefty serve, and they're getting free points, and it's hard to get touches. And later you get chances, but so far that hasn't been the case in this set. More free points for Zarin late. And that's one of those shots you can't try at home, folks. You really have to be pretty comfortable and skilled to do that. The backhand, two-hand, pancake flip, smash, overhead poach. That's a really good shot, but definitely a tough one to emulate. I love that. Right after Ozan helps his partner, Max puts another first serve in play, and in a blink of an eye, from down 2-1, they're up 3-2 with only having hit one serve and one volley. 3 total shots to get 2 points. Very, very smart and strong answer. Puts the pressure back on the Huskies. Oh, what a stab from the middle of no man's land. Open stance backhand ripper out of the air. Ozan is putting on a fancy ESPN highlight reel show of some shots here in this breaker. 4-2 Michigan State now. Second serve. It's a really good job because Ozan has been active here as of late, showing a lot of energy. Max is doing his job, getting the return in the right spots. They're distracted by Ozan's movement. Michigan State's able to earn, showing why they're the number 2 seeds and All-Americans from last year. Check that. They're the 3 seeds. They're the number 2 team in the nation going into this season, but 3 seeds here. Oh, he goes for the serve and volley. Sets a hanging curveball in there. That's too easy of a shot. Don't like that. That's a little too cash for me. Take care of the business and get that set done. 3-6. It's called long. Ozan looks to the ref. The ref agrees with the call. Play on. 6-4. 2 set points saved by the Huskies. Yes, it's done. Great hands. The reflexes by Barris and Sheldon are actually one of the more impressive parts. They get along well, and they most certainly have gelled as a team, but they are exciting up there at the net with their hands, their coverage, their ability to handle pace and redirect. It's a hard-fought set. There's a win for Spartans. They win that first set breaker, and now we're back. Gorsny with a good serve. Vives with a stomp and overhead over the fence. We're in the middle of some highly contested semifinals today. In earlier action, Michael Braswell over JJ Tracy 7-6, 6-3. Actually 6-2, excuse me. And Jack Pennington Jones 6-3 in the third over Jack Anthrop. Women's semifinals, Ayana Ockley over Emma Charney. And Reese Brantmeyer earlier over Obi Couture. All of our results so far for today. Good serving by Cody. Good pressure by Connor. Oh, bad luck. Colette court drop shot serve. It works for you and then against you sometimes. That's wide. Just wide. 40-30 Old Dominion. Double. Earned, I think, early on because of what Vives has been able to do on return. Wow. Hit the serve 120 into the body, just the way he wanted it. Vives red lines it off of his belly button on a perfect return. And then he has the opportunity ball to split the middle and misses it. Oh, that was big moments there. Opportunity ECU to try to get some separation in the second set, but no. We're staying on serve. Back to the split screen. Again, men's doubles action currently going on. Women's doubles a little later. Scotty and Brantmeyer, the number 1 seeds, against Guzman and Shisharbina, the 4 seeds. And then Janice Chen, Savannah Brodus against Obi Kajaru and Anastasia Komar. So 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 5 through 8. So a lot of the pre-selected doubles on the women's side has come to ranking and result fruition in this tournament. That action will be coming at you later in about 45 minutes. We're going to focus on closing out these guys' matches before they start. Into the net. Connor not happy. .30 TCU. That double fault doesn't come at a great time. I'm not sure that there's a good time for double faults, but that one sets up an opportunity for ODU to get a break. Well done. Great serve. Way to work together and use your partner. Nice slice, cutter up the tee. Great volley finish. We stay on serve. Michigan State, on the other hand, these guys are momentum machines. They know how, after they get the first set, to put the pedal to the metal. And just like yesterday, here they are, already off to a quick start, seizing the opportunity. Ozan moved, thought it might have gone long, misjudged it. 30-15, Michigan State. Great serving. Max Sheldon's doing a great job. I think that he has a live arm and he can go much bigger on his serve. I've seen how big his serve can be, but he is just staying steady Eddie with the spots and the percentages. And he's using his partner, and his partner is hot dogging a little bit, but still gets away with it. He's laughing. They're having a good time, and that is part of doubles. You should He most certainly, obviously, Washington is suggesting that possibly Ozan may have touched the net with some part of his body or racket when he was doing the fancy spike move, but the referee is agreeing that it was a legal play. Point in game to Michigan State. Yeah, Ozan is explaining that he didn't do anything wrong. He's smiling on his way back to talk to Max, and it is 2-level for the Spartans, and these guys are rolling. They stay loose, but they're still playing really focused doubles, and Coach Mike Flowers has them locked in here with great game plans, and they're executing. On the left, Connor Van Shockwick serving up 40 love. Wow, that's well played. TCU trying to make a push late in this game. Sheldon wishes he had that one again. They have not been doing as much on the Zarin serve as of late, but were able to break Bushlogan right in the beginning of this second set. So Michigan State is still up a set in a break here. Great job. Nice serving, finishing. We don't have stats on volley putaways this doubles tournament, but I would say Vives would be one of the number one or two players putting volleys away from finishing position in this tournament. Textbook, Gorsny on the serve and volley. Again, he was a Grand Slam champion, decorated junior before he came in. Now he's in his sophomore season and looks a lot more comfortable. Love. Oh, he gets away with a little angle, cute one. Connor wasn't able to get it back up over the net. So first set, Old Dominion. Second set, on serve, TCU 3-2. Coming out of the break. Washington on the near side on the right. Michigan State, top of your screen on the right. Great finish. I'm impressed that Michigan State is recognized that they don't have to hit the biggest serves. They can use the kickers and the body serves and the wind and take advantage of finishing. Oh, got behind him. 15 all. A lot more work to do. Still 4 games worth of work, so they have to stay locked in on the Michigan State side of this ball. Zarin missing middle forehands. He's a bigger guy, and it's not always that easy to get out of the way of the ball, and the body serve has been effective. Still, to his forehand, he's a lefty, so I'm expecting a little bit more out of that return from him. A couple miscues by Sheldon, which keeps this game knotted up at 30 all. Serving volley from Ozone. Short angle drop volley from Max. That's a good shot in the arm after a couple miscues this game. And just what the doctor ordered. It's just such an underrated and overstated thing. Get your first serve in. Yeah, everybody's heard it. But Michigan State does it. And they're up 7-6, 3-1 on the right side of your screen. What a move. That is some coverage. Connor Van Schalkwyk can really motor. Just explosive. Great forehand by Sheldon. Like I mentioned before, brother Cody, I think, is more of a setup guy, and Connor's more of the finisher. Oh, dear. Falling backwards. He doesn't get any lift in the legs, and that's it. What a point. The scramble, the touch, the feel. Great lob by Cody. Even better save. Some fun and athletic doubles points here. Court number 11. Very popular court at the Barnes Tennis Center. Nice touch. Two break points. And it's in there. Great serve by down the tee. Gorsny shades to cover left, but doesn't go all the way. Unsure if the return's going to be in, but it is. And there's the break for ODU. Oh, yeah, those are difficult scenarios. And in college tennis, they play lets, and you hit a first serve, it pops up, and then it becomes a drop shot, approach shot for the other team. You're supposed to be on offense, and all of a sudden you're running for the hills just so you don't get pegged. It's a wild turn of events and a point. Love 15. Key moments here. A lot of action on the Sheldon kick serve. And he's improved his backhand since he's come to college. Coach Harry Jaden's done a wonderful job taking over after a long, long time. Coach Gino Orlando, many, many years. And Coach Harry has already put his stamp on this program, and you're starting to see Michigan State Spartans' names all over these quality individual tournament draws. Just a matter of time before they start making more of a dent on the team things as well. TCU now down a set and a break. Both TCU and Washington backs against the wall. Got to come up with some good tennis now. Another free point for the Sheldon. Yves with a wonderful backhand volley. Thing of beauty to watch. So smooth, natural. Great shoulder turn. Good coverage from Ozon. Michigan State holds to go 4-2. That's a great serve to the outside. ODU battling to try to stay ahead, be at 5-3 in this set instead of 4-all. TCU making one last push. Good stuff from Max Sheldon. A little confusing there. Seems like that return was in, and now they're playing a deciding point. And he hits an ace. Wow, what a time for that. Connor, who I think has a service not as big as Cody's, was able to get an ace at a key moment there. Old Dominion now is taking a 5-3 lead on TCU. It's a great return. Let's go full screen on ODU and TCU. Got ahead of himself. Feet weren't where he needed them to have the type of leverage on the ball. Got handcuffed and strange, awkward position there. TCU now 1 point away from making ODU have to serve it out. Makes that one look easy. So now it's on the racket. Cody Van Schalkwyk. Can he bring the hammer? Biggest serve on the court. Michigan State up a set and a break. Ozan Barris serving at the top of your screen. And they're ready. Max and Ozan, every time they've been challenged to prove it with their hands, they have delivered time and time again. And Ozan, with the wind at his back, is chosen now to do a fair amount of serve volleying, particularly late in his service game. And he's getting a lot of distance and carry on the volleys, making it look almost like a drill casual, but he's got good feel and control on that. Somehow, Michigan State wins another one of those exchanges. And TCU ends up accidentally on the same side of the court. And Cody plays a chip up the line to get it to 15-love. We're in match game on both courts now. We could end up having a fantastic finish around simultaneously. ODU serving, though. Nice let court ace for Washington. And that one, we've seen a bunch. Vives with the return. Gorsny with the volley finish. Old Dominion has to scheme differently. Cannot allow that to be the way you lose points on the ad side. 15 all. Oh. Well, they were bound to lose one of them. Ozan misses that one. Great move by Connor. No surprise there, and always a double-edged sword. How often is too often to try to take the returns up the line when you're playing against a net player that likes to move? That is one heck of a serve. He's hitting some bigger second serves now. They can smell it. Let's go full screen. Match point. ODU. And it closes in a really convincing fashion. Two big serves from Cody Van Schalkwijk. ODU on to the final, 7-6, 6-4 over TCU. Congrats to the Monarchs. Great backhand by Max Sheldon. Ozan Barris has one of the better backhand on the rises in college tennis. And so him playing the ad side, is just so natural for him to take a kick serve like that and just smack it and follow it in. It's a great play. And that brings Michigan State now an opportunity to not even have to worry about Max Sheldon's serve to possibly take this one. Return going to Max Sheldon. Oh my goodness, you never want to see that as a completion, but yeah, happens sometimes in tennis. Game, set, match. Michigan State Spartans 7-6, 6-3. They defeat Washington. They're on to the final to play the Van Schalkwijk brothers of Old Dominion in tomorrow's final. Some exciting first set tiebreakers in both semifinals, and then the teams that won the tiebreakers were able to persevere and take care of the business and move on. Beautiful day here, Barnes Tennis Center. Third year, ITA Fall National Championships on Crack Racquets. Coach Mark Bay here. And it's just been just a real treat. I was following all week before I even got on the air with Alex Grushkin and how well everything has been going. The tournament has moved just rather smoothly. Everything is great when the weather's great, of course, but beyond that, it's been an outstanding execution of the tournament, the scheduling, the management of it. And we're at a point where we just have the ladies' matches that are going to be coming up at 5 o'clock. So we're looking forward to those. Those are going to be exciting. And looks like we might have a quick interview with the Van Schalkwyk brothers. What we're seeing here is a little back draw, women's doubles, Forbes and Tran against Belmore and Lee. Lee from Vanderbilt serving on the near side. Abby Forbes on the top of the screen, returning on the deuce, and Riley Tran returning on the ad. First set in this one to North Carolina, and now Vanderbilt 6-5 in the second. So many quality matches. Obviously, we're featuring the main draw, but the caliber and the quality of all of the consolation matches, because it's such a tight, neat, challenging tournament, is compelling. And I think I really love the fact that all the backdrop matches are being played, because it just gives a lot more weight and credence to the ITA ranking and how accurate it is, because, of course, now with the reform is helping the women's side as well. The accelerator program for both WTA and ATP is going to help launch some of these collegiate players into pro careers, and all of this bloodshed and competition is not just to determine who's going to play who in their team's lineups, but also who may be having opportunities to transition on into pro ranks. So it's just great tennis, and one of the best venues in the whole country is the Barnes Tennis Center. Just to get into this tournament, the criteria, again, before any last-minute alternates and changing, 24 regional selections, 2 per ITA region, 4 ITA All-American single semifinalists, 2 ITA wildcards, 1 Milwaukee Tennis Classic wildcard, and 1 ITA Cup wildcard. And again, the ITA Cup is a mixture of NAIA and junior college, Division III, Division II, those players all playing off to create an opportunity. So it's a great melting pot of top players. Only a couple of people are missing here, like the likes of a Nishesh Bavasaretti possibly, and a Fiona Crawley. There's a few missing, but the majority of the gang is all here. And so these tournaments and these matches are showing who's the top players and who we're expecting to see at the tops of lineups, in some cases later on in Oklahoma State, competing for NCAA championships in Stillwater in May. It's the right choice by North Carolina to play some of the ground strokes through the middle. When you're playing against a 2-back team, you're trying to hit through the middle and then eventually getting balls that you can look to angle later. First set to North Carolina. Serving 5-6. Great effort, but it's difficult when you're running that hard to the right to try to hit a swinger that's going to have that angle. It's a little late getting there. And we are now joined by a semifinal winner from Old Dominion, the Monarchs, Van Shalkwick brothers. What's up, guys?
Hey, how's it going? Let's go.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. I have spent a lot of time in my life traveling and coaching doubles with some brothers. By the way, they were twin brothers from California, and they got along quite well. In you guys' case, I have a few questions for you. Number one, who's the oldest?
I'm the oldest, believe it or not. A lot of people say he looks a little older, but I am 2 years older.
Okay, Cody's the oldest, which is nice.
Yes.
Now, I want to know who's running the show, who's calling the shots out there and making the play calls.
I think mostly him. Well, I trust him on that. Sometimes I'll call them, but he still makes the shots.
Oh yeah, you guys have got a wonderful partnership going. Cody, you set the table, and Connor eats. It's a wonderful thing to watch. You came through with some big serves when it mattered there at the end, and obviously you guys had a bunch of crazy scramble points. Did you get a chance to see much of the TCU team before the match? Were you guys just running your own plays, or did you actually have some scouting intel on them going in?
Well, no, we haven't seen much, but we knew they were going to be a very good team. And but we also knew coming into the semifinal what our strengths were. So we played to our strengths, I would say, mostly. But yeah, they're a great team, and we know they're a very good school, and they have a great program. So we knew we were going to have to battle to get those points.
Absolutely. I think it's fun. And in recent years, there's been some strong results on the women's side from Old Dominion as well. So you guys are starting to make a name for yourself. People are going to start showing some respect for ODU, right?
Yeah. There you go.
Performances, right? Put, shine the right type of light on your program, and you should be excited about that. So the final is a couple guys from Michigan State, Barris and Sheldon. You know much about them?
Well, Ozan from Michigan State, I was playing a lot of junior tournaments with him, and I also know he was always one of the top guys, and it's going to be a really tough match. I think they're number 3 in the country, so we're going to have to bring our A game again, and hopefully we can pull it through.
Absolutely. Now, my question for you is, as it relates to the service games, right? Is it that Cody will always start no matter what happens with the coin toss, and then Connor, you serve, or is it?
It's actually the other way around. Like at the beginning, the coin toss, I always start first. Yeah. In the beginning of the match, and then we just keep the side we were serving on for the second set, I would say. Yeah. It was actually our secret, but Connor just exposed us.
That's difficult. Oh, happy to hear that. So last question. Do you feel like, at least in terms of playing out here in San Diego, you're getting 3 hours of extra sleep, you're playing late in the afternoon, you guys are able to kind of have a nice go over, you can sleep in the morning. How do you like this California weather and this San Diego tournament?
Yeah, it's been great. We're having so much fun. Actually, we still joke around because we wake up so early in the morning. I think it's jet lag or something, because in Virginia we're three hours. Yeah, I think 3 hours in front. So we wake up at 7 a.m. in the morning, and then we just can't sleep anymore. But we've been going on runs, so we've been seeing the city a little bit, and we love it. The weather is great. The sea, like the nature, the beach, everything has been great.
Awesome. Well, that's outstanding. And I must say, you guys are going to continue to put on a whole bunch of shows and make noise throughout the entire year. And clearly, by being in the finals of this, maybe you guys are going to be sniffing some opportunities in NCAAs later on in the season as well. We got one more to get done. Best of luck against the guys from Michigan State tomorrow. And thanks so much for stopping by.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
Bye, guys. This is becoming a familiar scene. ITA background, winning team, Michigan State Spartans. How's it going, guys?
Good.
Congratulations on the victory. University of Washington has been having a great run, and you guys obviously were able to shut them down. Give me some ideas about what the court and the wind was like out there on your court today in stadium.
I felt like, honestly, it was just a lot of holding. I mean, the first set, it was just hold, 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 hold. We weren't getting too many looks on their serves. And then I felt like we were holding and felt comfortable on ours. The wind, I don't even know. I wasn't thinking about the wind too much. I think both of us were playing well with it, but it was just a very like clean, solid match. And then in the first set, things kind of went our way. And then in the second set, we got that early break on their serve, and then we were able to just keep ahead by holding ours.
Yeah, agreed. So you guys are showing off a whole bunch of flash, backhand overheads, no look, spikes, two-hand pancake flippers into the crowd. You guys are highlight reel guys. What is the regimen back at home in East Lansing for doubles practice? What are you guys doing to get your reflexes and hands and things ready? Because you guys are putting some balls away in impressive fashions. And is that just God-given, or are you guys actually practicing some things back home?
Let me answer this one first. I'll just say my thing with Max is always be ready. So I'm just throughout the day, like I'm just throwing things at him. Like I'll just peg him with a ball, or like we're practicing and just smack a ball at him. So he's getting more ready. And I think that's translating to the court because like he's always twitching, you know? He's
always got expected. Always got expected. Yeah, we do a lot of drills at home, a lot of reflex drills. One in particular that I remember is Harry would like stand on the service line and just hit overheads at me and have me try to deflect them back. And, you know, I feel like that's a really good one because overheads go pretty quick. So,
and you don't have any bruises on your body.
What's that?
You don't have any bruises on your body, so that's good.
Oh, I don't.
Well done. The other thing I felt, obviously, Ozan, you were serving with the wind at your back, and then Max is serving against, but I felt like both of you guys are taking a little bit off and keeping the serve percentage in the 70s, you know, the entire time. You got a lot of free points out of those guys down the stretch, and it seems like you're not going full gas on the serve, but just using each other. Is that something that Coach Flowers is talking about? Or is that something you guys are recognizing in the competition?
I mean, I don't want to spoil too much of our strategy here, you know. Like if our opponents are listening, they might pick up a couple of things. But no, I think it's just in doubles, this high first serve percentage, make your first volley, make the first ball, make returns. And that's just how you win doubles at the end of the day, you know. So I've just been telling Max, look, let's just put our first serve in. Let's just play clean tennis and then we'll be fine. That's kind of been the emphasis for us. And then yeah, we have a lot of push-ups to do today, though, because
you missed some returns in the net.
We missed 8 returns in the net. I mean, I was telling Max, man, we really want to get stronger, don't we? So
that's hilarious. And so now ODU in the final, right? You got these guys. I don't think you guys have ever played them before. These guys are on a Cinderella run. Does anything change? You guys just keep going back to Chipotle again for lunch? Like what is sort of the preparation in terms of the routine for getting ready for this final tomorrow?
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a good match. It'll be fun to play Connor. You know, I was like his host when he came as a recruit to Michigan State, so it'll be fun to get to play him and his brother. And you know, we got this little routine going where I eat a pack of Starbursts every night. It comes with the hotel room, so you know, I'll just be eating more candy tonight.
Oh my goodness! Well, that ends up giving you a trip to the dentist in East Lansing. But I tell you, you guys got some great things clicking. You guys deserve all the respect and credit. It's difficult to have a target on your back in the beginning of the season and come in here with high seedings and high expectations. But you guys, like you said, are doing some really simple, fundamental things well and well deserved to be in the finals tomorrow. Best of luck to you tomorrow, and go Sparty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
singles semifinals already in the book. Men's double semifinals already done. Last act in today's show, women's doubles. To the left of our screen, North Carolina's Elizabeth Scotty and Reese Brantmeyer taking on Dana Guzman and Alina Shishrbina from Oklahoma. To the right, Obi Kajaru, Anastasia Komar from Oklahoma State taking on Janice Jen and Savannah Brodus. Definitely action-packed. Some of the best teams in the nation, all battling, all made it through the draws, and now clearly are fighting and vying for that last couple of spots in tomorrow's finals. We've already gotten a whole bunch done. Congrats again, Micah Braswell making it to the final. Jack Pennington Jones. So that's our men's singles final on the women's side. Reese Brantmeyer in the singles final, and she is going to be taking on Ayana Ockley. And in the men's doubles, just had the team from Old Dominion, Von Skalwick brothers, stepping up and doing a great job, and they're going to be taking on the Michigan State Spartans, Barris and Sheldon. So this is it. Trying to figure out who's going to be the last pieces to the puzzle, and just so fun. The days are going by in a blink of an eye. ITA Fall National Championships live on Crack Racquets. Coach Mark Bay on the ones and twos here, subbing in for Alexander Grushkin, and really happy to be here. Showing you stadium court now. Tied 2-all. These young ladies started just a little bit ago. On the near side, you have Oklahoma State. On the far side, Pepperdine. Obi Kajaru had a really tough one against Brantmeyer. Tried a few good things early on. Wasn't able to get the score. And Brantmeyer was able to run away with it. We'll see if she can bounce back in the doubles. It's always nice after a singles loss to have the opportunity to finish your day on a positive and come away with possibly a victory and end the day on an actual doubles win after a singles loss. Normally in college tennis, obviously the roles are reversed because you're playing the doubles point prior to singles. Turn missed by Chen. 30-15 Oklahoma State. Backhand return errors. Three first serves in a row. It's nice. Always helpful. Oklahoma State holds. And here in the other semifinal, Coach Audrey Cohen looking on. She is always very involved with the play calling and communication. One of the assets of college tennis. Coaches having the input in the competition without disrupting the flow of play. Shishrbina serving here, the near side. Up a break, 1-love in the first set. Double fault. I've always found this to be a challenging aspect of doubles at all levels. There's the tendency to call signals on second serves, but if the server does not have great command on all the locations of their second serve, is that putting too much location pressure on the second server and the result sometimes inducing double faults? It's always a thought that's been going on in my mind as a coach. That's a great job. Shishibina getting into a cross-court rally with Brantmeyer, and Brantmeyer chosen to go up the line with the forehand. Guzman fills and covers. Plays a great backhand volley through the middle. Again, the middle is always a wonderful place for the vast majority of winners in a doubles match. Brantmeyer looks to make a move. Misses the backhand volley poach. That, in and of itself, I think is the single most important shot in a lot of the doubles matches where the players end up in one-up, one-back transactions. Trust it on the ad side. Majority of the players being right-handed are going to cut across and take that backhand volley poach. Going to the two box now. North Carolina and Oklahoma on our left. Oklahoma State, Pepperdine on our right. Hold to Pepperdine, right of our screen. And Komar of Oklahoma State is at the top of our screen on the right. North Carolina. Down a quick break here in the beginning. Elizabeth Scotty serving. Brantmeyer down. Putting that hand volley away with authority. A lot of tennis on Brantmeyer. Great that the scheduling has worked out where she and Obi Kajaro could have a longer break because they were both in singles. They had sufficient time to try to eat and stretch and relax and be able to come out for these doubles semifinals and have a good chance to compete. Weather's been beautiful, not too hot. San Diego, of course. Not a drop of precipitation and sun every day. So an intentional Aussie setup there with Komar serving and Kajaro taking away the cross-court forehand of Janice Chen. Oh, right down the middle. What a shot. defending champions, battling here in the semifinals. Again, this is to take away the cross-court forehand. And there's no worry about a cross-court forehand if you can hit an ace halfway up the sideline, I guess. There it goes. Service hold. 4-3 Oklahoma State, and now shifting back here. Oh, look out. Dana Guzman serving for Oklahoma at the top of your screen. Up a break, 15 all. Tar Heels have chosen, again, we talked to Elizabeth Scotty yesterday. She says that she is rocking the high socks. So she and Reese are. Sporting the matching outfits. That one goes up the line behind Scotty. I'm always a advocate of trying to go up the line a fair amount early in a match just to make sure that the net players don't get settled and think that they can always cross and not have to cover the line. I love what the Michigan State guys had to say about the importance of getting the serve in and playing good, solid, fundamental doubles. Great placement on that. Game to Oklahoma. They are off to a quick start. That goes long. Oklahoma State. Not served, but threatening. Now return goes long. And that is put away. Savannah Brodus is making sure that there was no touches for that overhead. They need to work together now. 3-4, 15-30. Look out. Anastasia Komar is crunching the ball. Nice teamwork. Diane Brandmeier, 1-3, 30-15 in their game. goes long. 2 break points for Oklahoma State and now 1 saved. Let's go to Stadium just for this no ad point. Lots of discussion. See how they handle it. Oklahoma State with the goods and the hands and the returns and the reflexes, scratch and claw their way to a 5-3 lead here in the first set. Let's go to Brian Calbus offering some suggestion. And a deciding point on the left side of the screen. And that court. Well hit backhand by Brantmeyer. So they hold. Oklahoma State 2 points away. Oh, that's exactly what she wanted. She got excited. Two-hand swinger into the net, unfortunately. 30-15. Pepperdine missing a couple of backhand volleys there. Three set points. Good help. Anastasia Komar is looking to move a lot. So many touches already in the first set. Solid performance by the Oklahoma State team. 6-3. Defending champions will have to regroup. Oklahoma up a set. Excuse me, up a break in the first set. The Shishabina serving 3-2, 15 all. Good choice on the serve. Going off speed, not giving Brantmeyer anything to hit in terms of pace. Mixing it up and giving her some challenging backhands into the body. I like that location on the serve. Routine setup balls. Step up and get that ball right back through the middle. It is. Serve to the same spot, but Brantmeyer is looking for it. It curved into her body. Guzman took off just a little early. Opened up a lane for that backhand up the line. And that goes long. North Carolina back in business. Missed ground strokes and missed volleys, and a great backhand up the line by Brantmeyer. And the Tar Heels are back in business. 3-all. Audra Cohen, coach of the Sooners. You're talking about history. She has one of the great records in college tennis. Audra Cohen, when playing she finished her career at Miami, but when playing for Northwestern, Audra Cohen was the All-American and won pre-quali, then quali, and then the actual tournament itself. I have to double check if it was 12 or 13 matches in a row, but Audra went from pre-qualies all the way through to win the title, and I don't think anyone else in ITA history has done that. So that's a great piece of history for the Oklahoma Sooner coach. Scotty serving with Brantmeyer a little further back than usual there. She's given a lot of space. Shabina misses the forehand up the line, and in a blink of the eye, they were up a break in this set, and now major momentum shift after the Brantmeyer backhand winner. Well played. Great movement by Guzman. Nice control, staying low. Great tennis. North Carolina had opportunities to do something more with the ball. I'm sure they'd like to have some of those shot choices back, but that's not how tennis works. No mulligans, no replays. After a few serves in the court, Smalley misses that first serve. Oh, that's beautiful tennis. Reese Brantmeyer showing the skills, the hands, the all-court tennis, prowess at net. What a masterful set of volleys right there. 4-3, North Carolina in the first set. Get back to our other semifinal. Already up a break. Oklahoma State has just been very focused in this tennis match. Few errors. And Anastasia Komar did not play earlier. She's doing a spirited job. She has been a major factor in this match. Now, Pajaro needs to step up and keep her balance on that forehand. That's a great ball. Elizabeth Scotty. That's a volley miss from Komar. Chance to extend the lead in that game, and now it is much tighter scoreboard at 30 all. Smart choice. Giroux plays the backhand through the middle, giving a partner the most opportunity to get a touch, but ground stroke goes long from Brodus. Game point. I'm thinking that the referee said not up, saying that she didn't get the ball on one bounce. I think is what the call was. That's a no-no. Missing returns on the outside. Scotty needs to make those. And that's well played. Rhoda steps up. And they get the break back. Mark that moment down. Oklahoma State having a couple chances to go up 2-0 in the second. Great job. Grant Meyer hitting the spot. Scotty looking to receive the first shot. The amount of times there's a serve and then a touch by the service partner is a very high percentage in these semifinal Maryland matches. It's great doubles. North Carolina is starting to play some volleyball. They're starting to be setting and spiking. The player deep in the court, hitting a ball and giving the player that's closer to the net an opportunity to play down with volleys, swing volleys, and overheads. Oh. Unforced error by Brantmeyer. What's also interesting about a tournament like this is just the teams aren't necessarily going to be the teams that you see in January, February, March. Some of these teams will break up and not play together. They may earn a ranking in the beginning, but the coaches may determine it's not best for the team to keep them together. So some of these teams will most certainly play the entire year together. Be a regular team, maybe Chandler Forest has been for such a long time, but some of the teams could possibly shift if the coaches determine from these fall nationals and all of go a different route. Pepperdine holds. Tar Heels. Take a 5-4 lead. Just feels like these matches can take a few more twists and turns before they're over. College tennis needs you. Definitely the opportunity to become an official. Some travel, giving back to the sport, extra income, flexible schedule. www.wearecollegetennis.com/officials. Reach out. Contact the ITA today. It's great to make that contribution, and officials are appreciated and needed in our sport. Great play. Shishrbina, who was broken the last time she served, serves now here at 4-5. Completely different scoreboard and pressure than last service game. Pepperdine starting to get some momentum. They're pepping their step. They're starting to put some balls away. They're coming to life. Just out. 30-15 Oklahoma. And Pepperdine with a break now. 3-1 lead in the second. Getting close here. Oklahoma State is not going down without a fight in this first set. Roger Cohen's used to having a top 5 team. The Corley sisters did an outstanding job for Coach Cohen. Continuing to challenge Brantmeyer with the backhand return. That time Guzman stayed home. Nice work. 5-all. Extra innings. Game point Pepperdine on the right side of our screen. 40-30. Oklahoma State just keeps coming. They do not stop. Relentless. If Pepperdine doesn't continue to get forward and take it to the net, Oklahoma State takes it away right at that instant. Fighting point. Savannah Brodus on the serve and volley play. And the partner, Janice Chin, with the exclamation point overhead for a 4-1 lead for our defending champions. And there's some pep in their step. And Coach Pierre is pumped up. What a shot. It's a great volley by Brantmeyer. The only question is, should it have been middle or should she have dropped it shorter? She hit it well, but she hit it in a position where Guzman could use that angle against her. It's a great volley. Again, Guzman was just able to get behind that ball. .30, Tar Heels. First serve is in. Another game on the board. 6-5. I'm not sure what she was going to try to do with that. Pepperdine continuing to be aggressive. Flying both back to start. She went for the lob, but didn't get it high enough. them are the tallest player on the court by a lot. Missed it. Well done. Break points and yeah, that gets it done. It's 5-1 for Pepperdine. Second set's really gotten away in a hurry. Now Oklahoma is down. I said put a footnote and an asterisk next to that moment when Oklahoma State didn't go up 2-love in the second set. And boy, did things turn. Elizabeth Scotty's ball is so hard and flat and low. If that ball gets through and it's not poached on, it's difficult for the other player in the back to take it and then do a lot with it. So I think you should consider poaching and moving on Scotty's return. That point, North Carolina. I would have considered playing both back on that return just to get into the point. So point, deciding point. Serve called out. That's really good volley. Scotty not really getting in the way from the net player. He was a little tentative there. The other thing is that Scotty doesn't really lob off the return, so that's one shot you don't have to worry about covering. And a tiebreaker. That's going long. 1-love North Carolina. And we got set point for Pepperdine on our right. And that's that. We're talking first set tiebreaker on the left, match tiebreaker on the right. Breaker, breaker. was a double fault. Now North Carolina's off to a quick 2-love lead here. The first set tiebreaker. Good hands. Going after Scotty, challenging her at the net. Nice support from Guzman there. Good first serve. Well done. No, that's a great return by Oklahoma State. And what a volley by Reese Brantmeyer. Moving to her right, fading the volley inside, splitting the middle, going left. So pretty. She has a really strong slice backhand too, and the slice backhand and the backhand volley obviously have similar movements because she uses that quite often. 2-all, match tiebreak on Stadium. Oh, Pepperdine missed the volley. North Carolina takes a commanding lead. Pepperdine did all the right things and just missed the high one. Slew of set points for North Carolina on the left. And that does it. Oh, no, I was touched. Oh, I was touched. I thought that it was missed long, but it was tipped. The point goes to Oklahoma. Meanwhile, Oklahoma State now 4-1 lead after all the momentum. 6-1 second set. Oh, wow. The slice backhand stays low from Brantmeyer and sets up a high forehand volley from Scotty. Game in first set, Tar Heels. Let's go to the match tiebreak and let's finish this match. She wasn't sure if it was going to be in or out. It was so close. She really still had to make a stab at it. 4-2 Oklahoma State at the turn. Great return. I just love the connection between knowing that your partner hit a good shot and where you need to position yourself to receive the next one. The moment Komar's return hit and it was a great shot, Obi Kajura was really in the middle looking for the ball. Yeah. So far, they just played a better match tiebreak. After letting the early stages of that second set get away and having the chance for a much stronger driver's seat position in the second set, they've regrouped, and also one of the beauties of having on-court coaching. Now they're running the Aussie play again to take away the cross-court forehand of Janice Chen. And 3-point on the serve, Oklahoma State. Flawless match tiebreak to this point. And a frozen rope. Jaru loves the backhand, particularly takes it early well. Put that on display for that shot, and now 8-2. After a 6-1 second set, I'm just not sure that I would have seen this coming. Placement. All you can do is just start going one at a time. Start slowly walking it up. If you get a little bit of point momentum, then you can get the other team to start getting tight and nervous. 8-3 feels spacious right now on the lead. And Komar is not letting up. Relentless, looking for the ball. I am such a fan. I don't care if it's a traditional volley, a swing volley, a two-hand puncher volley. Trusting that you can move left and taking backhand volleys and doubles is critical. And up 8-3 there, not playing to protect the lead, playing the win and going for it. I love what the Oklahoma State Cowgirls are doing. That's why they have been going Aussie to take away the cross-court forehand from Janice Chen, but they just let her have it, and she just showed them why they had been utilizing that tactic against her all match. That's strange that they went away from that pattern. Still match point. 4-9. Oh, Let comes all the way over from another court. That's a tough Let. That's coming from a fairly far distance. And a lot of pressure from Komar causes the errant miss. The ball goes wide, and the team that has done so well and dominated so much of college tennis in the last 2 years in dual and individual play is out. 6-3, 1-6, 10-4. Oklahoma State advances to the final. They just played well. It's just that simple. They outplayed Pepperdine in the meaningful moments at the end. Back over to our last match of the day, court 10. Tar Heels were down. Break in the first set, they fought it back. One tiebreaker going away. That goes long. Crafty. Shishabina with a little chip forehand, short and low, with the team playing back. Hitting a short, low slice is definitely effective. I love the bounce. Oklahoma is never short on energy. That team is pumped. The cheering is exciting. They lost in the finals of NCAAs in 2022. I really enjoy their team dynamic. I just a little bit in my career get the opportunity to coach a format that's more like an NCAA college format. And it's so important to learn the significance of how to support one another and have that energy from the sideline and have that energy on the court. And Coach Audra Cohen really has built that culture in Oklahoma, and I love that about their team. Oh, goodness. She made the move, but she didn't do the little thing, change her grip. Her racket angle was off, and that's why the ball went flying. North Carolina 7-6 to love in the driver's seat here now in Oklahoma. Has to try to hold serve and hang tough, try to find their way. Usman was looking for it. It's what you want to do. Just couldn't get it on the sweet spot. Pivotal moment here in this second set, a deciding point. North Carolina 7-6, 2-0. Shishabina here serving. Guzman giving the sign. Let's see what Oklahoma comes up with here. The ground stroke from Scotty goes wide. That was a big moment. That keeps Oklahoma in business here. They're still down a break, but that is not nearly as scary a scoreboard as 7-6-3 Love would feel. With deciding point, no ad tennis. Finding a break later on in the set sometimes can happen. Down to our last match of the day. Been an exhilarating day. Just to summarize, Michael Braswell, University of Texas, over J.J. Tracy. Jack Pennington Jones over Jack Anthrop. So both Ohio State Buckeyes end up going down. On the ladies' side, Reese Brantmeyer gets through over Oki Kajura. Ayana Ockley gets through past Emma Charney. Those were our semifinal results in singles. On the men's side, Michigan State, Barris and Sheldon over Washington. And Old Dominion and Skolwick Brothers went a close one over TCU's Vives and Gorsney. And just moments ago, Oklahoma State, Komar and Kajura over the defending champions in Pepperdine, Janice Chen and Savannah Bronis. And so this is it. This is the closer. This finishes the evening and the coverage for the day. North Carolina's up a set here. Very close first set. Oklahoma is hanging around. It's a great rip. Elizabeth Scotty is a great doubles partner. Wonderful personality, lots of experience, good disposition. And then her serve and her ground strokes all stay low. The break goes back. I didn't try to jinx the Tar Heels, but it makes a big difference. 3-love and 2-1. And now Oklahoma has hung around and found themselves back on serve here. And that that's an important shot. I have to take care of that one. Sometimes when you have both hands on the racket, it forces the ball down instead of out. No, the swing volley was called wide. What a shot. Ripped up the line. And now we're starting to have a little bit of a trading break scenario. Oh, almost. Good choice on the overhead by Shishabina to go right at Scotty. When someone's stuck in the middle of the court in no man's land, they become like a target, almost like a cone in a drill in practice, and you should go after them. It's the right play. Well done. Oklahoma is just resilient. You have no idea whether they're up or even or down this entire time. Love the professionalism. Great shot. That is a great hold. Oklahoma just hanging in there. Seven 6 North Carolina, 3-2 Oklahoma. This match is really tight. Oklahoma is doing the best that they can to keep the plot thickened. We have a moment to take some time and talk Oklahoma State. Coach Jaime Sanchez is joining us. The girls flank to his left and right. Congratulations to Oklahoma State Nation. Great job, you guys.
Thank you.
Coach Jaime, just a couple interesting questions. We haven't had a chance to have some X's and O chats relative to the coaching here, but going in a match against Pepperdine where Brodus and Chen are so aggressive and they take it to their opponents and they come forward so much, you guys actually were equally as aggressive in the beginning. What was the plan going in on the first set?
Well, like as you said, like we knew like how aggressive Pepperdine they are on that with that doubles team. We know they were great, and you know, like we really talk about it. And our plan was talk last night and this morning. It was like first we gotta be able to take the net first, and we gotta be able to move forward first. And I think the girls did a really good job. The whole match, obviously, when two good teams play, momentums are going to change, and that's what happened. But I think Nas and Obi, they did a great job being aggressive and always like trusting the plays and the plan, and that's what happened. That's why they were able to get the win.
Great. And what about the choice of going Aussie against Chen in the deuce court? You constantly served wide to her, and you actually covered the cross court. So you left it down the line open. What was the strategy there?
What we were thinking is we wanted to create like small spaces for them to hit. And also I personally and Obi also, like we trust Nas backhand on those moments. So we wanted like to create the space where to force them to hit that spot. So then we will start the point with Nas on her backhand. And again, like I said before, is to give us a chance to be aggressive from the beginning. It was risky, but it worked.
It most certainly did. And what was the discussion after the second set? It got away. You guys were 1-0 with a point for 2-0. Could have got that thing off and running and tried to finish it in straights. And then like a freight train, here they come. What's the discussion on the break before the match tiebreak?
You want to answer that?
No, he basically said that we have to continue to be like aggressive and just play our game, and that's it. Nothing really. Just
short-term memory loss.
Right?
It's some of the best attitude in tennis, to just forget about what happened when you lost and just keep on moving forward. And I agree, it was just an outstanding beginning of the match tiebreak, and you guys carried it through. It dominated. You were 8-2 ahead, and you kept moving. And I also love, for Komar, you were moving so much on those backhand volleys, cutting across and just taking up a lot of space. And I just thought that was critical in the match. Girls, when you guys are playing, my last question for you is, do you guys feel a lot of pressure on where to serve? Like if you're missing your first serve, is there a lot of like discussion about where the second serve should go? Are you calling second serve signals or just for first serve signals?
Well, I think in this match on my serve, I think when I served deuce side, we were like calling the second serve as well, but usually it's just like no calls, I think, on the second serve, because we always go like T. But today we had to like change it, so we kind of started to call on it, and it helped.
Gotcha. I was curious about that. So you guys are in the finals. That's exciting, but you got one more to go. All right. What's the superstition? Like, are we going to Waffle House every morning? Are we having Pollo Loco for lunch? Or what's the pump up song? Like, what's the superstition going on that is kind of been part of this road to the final?
Just go to the Lego store.
No, that's not true. The superstition is same place for dinner. We need Nas to dance before the match. Same court for the warm up. Like, we just try to follow everything the same.
That's very good. I'm sorry that I didn't get a chance to see Nas dance. That would be great. You got to go viral with that.
Maybe I'll celebrate if you win tomorrow.
But where exactly are you going for dinner? What's the restaurant?
We go to a place it's called True Food.
Mm-hmm.
Mission Valley is super close where we are staying at our hotel, and we really like it. And we keep winning, so we like it even more. So
Outstanding. Well, you guys are doing an outstanding job. You're making poor Chris feel horrible that he's not there. He's back at home just watching. He's not getting a chance to be there with you guys. He misses you so much. He told me he missed you. But you guys go ahead and get it done tomorrow, huh? One more.
So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Boy, that interview was fun. It's always nice to have the personalities and getting to hear what the players are thinking, what the girls are talking about, how they respond to the coaching. Just a great win for Oklahoma State in that match. And will definitely be a great final tomorrow going against one of these two teams. University of North Carolina wins the first set. Oklahoma has just not gone away. 3-all, 40-30. Sometimes against the eye, the best return is exactly what Scotty did. Just going right at her, hard enough or low enough where even though she's there for distraction, she has to deal with a ball that's right inside her midsection and not that easy to direct. Crucial seventh game, deciding point, 3-all, back to Scotty Shishabina in the serve. What a point. Exactly what both teams wanted. Guzman catches the tape on the backhand swinger. Double ouch for Oklahoma there. Fist pump for the Tar Heels. 7-6, 4-3. Such a close match. Reese Brantmeyer already in our singles final, trying to be in both finals tomorrow, Fall Nationals. Checked in my closet. I couldn't find my high socks. I was going to try to wear those today in honor of North Carolina, but I guess they must have been in the wash. I made that comment about Audrey Cohen winning the All-American in 2006 for Miami. She actually won the Fall Championship as well. So Audrey definitely had a bunch of these titles behind her name. Not in. It's definitely in. 30 left. I think Reese should have taken that ball. I feel you don't want the other team to penetrate your middle, especially if you have a forehand volley, letting the ball go by. Oh, too much. 40-15. That's great tennis. Natural volley from Brantmeyer. Exclamation point on that game. 5-3 Tar Heels, 1 game away. Well done. Brantmeyer trying to join a really strong list of players. Gretchen Rush, Laura Granville, Julie Scott. Some great, great players that were in the singles and doubles finals of this tournament in the same year. Oklahoma has been as resilient as you can be, but it just feels like the momentum shift has gotten too big. What a volley. Shishabina. It's like they have ear pods in. They're listening to the broadcast. And me talking about North Carolina having the momentum has pumped them up. Well, excuse me, Oklahoma Sooners, my mistake. 30-all. Oh, I can't say that Reese tried to hit a backhand inside out angle on the line in the alley going into the side fence on purpose. She's a darn good tennis player, and she for sure tried to hit it cross court, but that was severe cross court. Match point, Tar Heels. That's going to do it. Game, set, match. Elizabeth Scotty, Reese Brantmeyer, 7-6, 6-3. That finishes all the matches here for ITA Fall National Championships. It has been one outstanding day. Tomorrow is going to be even better. Looking forward to the all Texas men final. Micah Braswell going against Jack Pennington Jones. On the women's side, here Reese Brantmeyer taking on Ayana Ockley. The doubles, the brothers from Old Dominion are going to step up and take on Michigan State, Barris and Sheldon, and the ladies doubles final, Oklahoma State, Kumar and Kajaru are going to take on North Carolina, Elizabeth Scotty and Reese Brantmeyer. It has been outstanding, action-packed. It's a beautiful day out in California. What a lovely place to have a tournament, the culmination of such an amazing fall. There's been so many great tournaments going on, so many amazing finishes. This is year 3 out at the Barnes Tennis Center, and we will finish it tomorrow. Tune in to history, ITA Fall National Championships on Crack Rackets. Shout out again, Cody and Zach and everybody for all the help with the interviews. Great job with Joe Gentry and all the constant updates and all the information. Tim Russell at the helm. Danny Westhoff on the 1s and 2s. Coach Mark Bay signing off. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you tomorrow.
Mary Stoyana takes a 7-5 breaker. We are going the distance in carry. Your 2023 ITA All-American champion, the first in Texas A&M women's tennis history, is junior Mary Stoyana. From a set and a breakdown, 3-6, 7-6, 6-1.